has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity, until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Hello, Tall Man Alive, and welcome everybody. Darkest Dungeon is about making the most of a bad situation. Quests will fail and must be abandoned. Heroes will die, and when they die, they stay dead. Progress autosaves constantly, so actions are permanent. The game expects a lot out of you. How far will you push your adventurers? How much are you willing to risk in your quest to restore the hamlet? What will you sacrifice to save the life of your favorite hero? Thankfully, there are always fresh souls arriving on the stagecoach, seeking both adventure and fame in the shadow of the... dramatic music. Let me just make a couple of adjustments here. So, this is my first stream with my big fancy new monitor. I am very happy with it. So, I've learned a couple of things about the setup. So, to give you an idea, the last monitor I bought is almost certainly over a decade ago. In fact, if I bring up a light... Where the hell is it? So I'm an LG... Well, this one just says Flattron wide, and then somebody gave me a computer. So that one's a Flattron L227WTG. That's the one that's starting to fail. Both of them are probably like 19, 20 inches. So this is a 27-inch Dell. It's a gaming one, so it's got G-Sync, 1440 horizontal lines of resolution. It's 16 by 9, which is finally allowing me to play games full screen while I stream them. And then it's a 144 hertz refresh rate. Now, what I've noticed is that the action games that I like playing, when I play it at 1440, I tend not to be able to actually get the frame rate up to that level. But I did play some Europa Universalis, which looks gorgeous at that resolution and at that frame rate. So essentially, I'm familiar with the kind of monitor that I would not spend a lot of money on when I needed to buy one way back when. I actually think the monitor that I bought might have actually been the first monitor I bought that replaced a cathode ray tube monitor. So I tend not to buy these things very much. I did spend a bit of money for this one. Not as much as you might think. That was kind of what pushed me over the edge on it. But I'm most impressed by this setup right now, because I've got the big monitor in the middle, and then to the left of me I've got some social media stuff up. To the right of me I've got all the streaming stuff up. It's actually really cool to have a 3-monitor setup now. And so after kicking the tires on this thing, I'm convinced that the higher refresh rate makes a higher level of perceived quality. In fact, I'm perfectly willing to put games down to 1080 because I don't really notice that much in terms of the resolution. But to just finally be able to see a game at 90 frames, 144 frames, really just adds that extra layer. I've enjoyed it a lot. I don't know what it'll do to the stream quality though, so this is going to be a trial run of that. But before I get too far ahead of myself, we will open the Forgotten Estate, which is the one we've been playing on Twitch. And I will say, it's really cool to be so immersed in these games. I'd been playing games on stream. So, I mean, streaming is now kind of the primary way that I play games. And because of the weird resolution for my other two monitors, the fact that they're 16 by 10 monitors, I was playing a lot of things in windowed mode, which doesn't do as much for the immersion. And this Dell monitor...
I see something long absent in the sunken faces of passers-by. A glimmer of hope. It's
a really well done one. The amount of area that is taken up by the screen itself is really impressive. Like, there's just this thin little band of non-display. So I've gone from playing something on a totally passable monitor. I never had any complaints about these LG monitors, save for the fact that my primary one was beginning to... It essentially took about 5 minutes for the thing to actually start displaying an image, and it is starting to blink a little bit each time I do load it up. So this thing is very clearly on its way out. I'm actually going to test something with my setup right now. Ah, cool. So it turns out that I can actually go off screen and I can type stuff. So for instance, I can type in chat. Hello, chat. You'll probably all see that before I say this, but I'm still able... I mean, it's kind of obvious when I'm going off screen because you can see these little... oh, this is a shame. Okay, so for some reason, I'm seeing a big full screen Hamlet. And you guys are seeing it stuck in the bottom left-hand corner. That's weird. So if I say fit to screen... Okay, well, tell you what. I'm going to see if it's like this when we start the quest. If it is, then I'm just going to drag the thing... Actually, you know what? Let's not stand on ceremony. Like I said, it's a brand new monitor. I like this thing a lot. What I was trying to say before is it's really interesting to be as immersed in the games like this. And then, of course, it's just a nice monitor. So the colors are better. I'm able to sort of see the refresh rate. It's kind of funny that some of the backgrounds that I was using for my my desktop, like having a monitor of this quality lets you see the stuff that is low quality. That's kind of brutal. But games, like, I did not realize how impressive games looked because I was very used to seeing them on a smaller screen at a standard resolution, but like a very normal one, and usually in windowed mode. So it's kind of like I'm experiencing gaming all over again. I would actually argue that most of the, like, I'm looking at this game in the store feeling is created by a higher refresh rate. Okay, so this interests me. I'll do one last thing. Let's try game capture. All right then. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by, I think the mouse is going to be a problem, because like here, you're going to see me sort by stress even though you see my mouse in a different location. I'm going to try and do a quest. And if the quest winds up being in the bottom left-hand corner like this, I'm going to readjust everything. And again, that'll cause a mouse sync problem, but I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. That's a little bit of a disappointment that it's turned out that way, but okay. So I'm actually going to start by seeing who. All right, Sharp seems a little uncertain. I can try and take out the Swine Prince. I don't think this is the group I'd want to send to it, though. I really feel like I need a healer if I'm going to do something that bold. Did we take... I think we took out the Necromancer. Yes, we did. Okay. So... you know what? Let's try Burn the Hives. It's a bit of a... It's a bit of a worry that I don't have a good healing group. Let's see if we can... oh, maybe not the guild. Let's see the blacksmith. So lower cost, but I think we can do better than that. Hello, the exception. How you doing? And I suppose if I'm going to bring the same team again, yeah, this is the thing that I really question, though. Like, what am I gaining by bringing the same team? I don't really think I'm bringing anything. I feel like I should have a healer on this. So let's take Sharp out. Put Jamie in. So Captain Zergay, I actually think the rest of this team is quite all right. But with that in mind, let's get Sharp on a Tippler. Okay. Get Sharp on a stress reduce. Again, take a second here. Just make sure that my party's got the right loadout. And I suppose I can take a look at the guild, but I don't really think there's a lot for me. I mean, I can do training regimen, but these resources are rather scarce. So do I want Holy Lance, Inspiring Cry? I mean, these are all nice to haves, but nothing I'm going to fall over myself for. Wicked Slice would actually be pretty nice, but is it worth 1,000? Yeah, I think it is, actually. Johnny's missing Target Whistle, Guard Dog, and Blackjack. Well, he's going to be position 3, so I don't think I need any of those. Yeah, I don't want to go too crazy on the spending. So this is going to be brand new for me. The hamlet is afflicted with a plague of winged pests. Brave the swampy ruins of the courtyard and torch their monstrous colonies. Okay, so... we'll bring 2 shovels, and let's bring a couple bandages just in case. I don't know what we're going to be facing on this thing, so let's see how the game...
The courtyard and gardens surrounding the manor were once a point of pride for the diligent custodians I employed. Great banquets and lavish social affairs were hosted here under the stars. Despite the expectation of propriety normally ascribed to those in our position, we mocked the stoic melancholy of the moss-covered fountains and cherubic statues, our salacious trysts half hidden in the hedgerows, our morality slipping ever deeper into the mud.
I think they just wanted to get the ancestor to say mud as many times as possible.
Soaked and sinking, these stone terraces and sprawling gardens were the site of long-forgotten revelry and well-remembered regret.
So the real dilemma with a dark game like this is to find the edges. is clearly too much. I'm gonna go full screen for this. Okay. So if I say fit to screen, that's gonna be a problem. So edit scene. That's not what I want. Ugh, that's gonna be gross. Okay, this is gonna be a little tricky. I feel like I got it here. Right, and now it won't show the mouse the way that it should. I think that's a small price to pay, though. Sorry about the setup here, guys. I would not have chosen this is my way to start the night, but oh, actually it looks like the right hand side of the monitor is still a little too far out. Looks like I only get one shot at this before I have to bring it back. I'm sorry, guys. This should be the last one. Okay, I think I might be a little bit off on the angle, but that looks decent enough. It at least looks similar to what I'm experiencing on the game here, so. Okay, we're actually ready to play, believe it or not. So, I've never played the Crimson Court before. I'm curious.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Okay. Oh, these are really neat ideas for monsters. I don't think he's stunned yet, so let's try once again.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Oh, okay.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I can't believe I haven't played this yet. This is a really neat idea. This is a really neat idea for the DLC. Okay. I think we're gonna try and put as much bleed as we can on these guys. I'm not sure if it makes a lot of sense for me to try and stun these guys, to be honest. I think this is one of the things that I'm most interested in when playing a game like The Darkest Dungeon, is that this is the first time I've encountered any of this stuff before.
Destroyed.
And so, you know, just being able to figure out how these enemies work is such an interesting experience. In this case, we'll heal ourselves up. I can lick wounds, but there's a reason I brought a healer, so in this case I think we'll do Hound's Harry again, just so we can get some extra bleed on these guys.
Death by inches. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So, what are we looking at? 2 for heal. This is going to be a little tricky, but I think I'm going to try and do the heal. So the assumption here is that I'm going to be able to get one guy to do a hit. Okay, and so I am.
Annihilated. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Okay, one down. Zerga is going to need a little time to recover after this one. Also, apparently I had no business bringing... Oh! I had no business bringing torches. Okay. So it doesn't actually tell me what any of these skills do in terms of the thirst, but let's go for a judgment just because I want to heal myself. And let's do it on the sycophant. And this time we'll get them to read the blog! Oh. Alright, I think I'll take this one off the board. I think I can handle a blight, so I won't worry too much about predigestion. Let's see what this guy does, though. Thirst. The Crimson Curse. One of your heroes has the Crimson Curse. The curse is not like other diseases. It can't be cured normally in the sanitarium. The only way to keep it at bay is with the blood. There may be other ways to cure it. Interesting. That's on my healer, no less. Okay, so I think I need to start worrying about what this guy... I have a feeling he's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger, so we'll still do Hound's Harry just to get the bleed up.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Okay, I am interested in seeing what the Crimson Curse does. This is I know I said this before. This is a really neat idea for DLC. Let me just take a quick second here because there's an unreasonable number of people who just came into the channel, and I feel like I just got hosted by somebody, but it doesn't say who. Does Stream not report who's hosting me anymore? Alright, well, whoever was kind enough to bring a bunch of attention to this channel, thank you. If you'd like to make yourself known, feel free to do so. And I want to know why Twitch isn't reporting the hosts anymore. I suppose I can do the next best thing by entertaining you all. See, no host mentioned. Yeah, well, I don't have a raid alert, but there's just a big batch of people who started watching, so, which I'm happy enough. Oh, I never noticed this before. So apparently the skills, like it starts listing the skills as you experience them. All right. I think I'm gonna say blog time for this one.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
And Ed Beaver, thank you very much. Actually, sorry, you said it was Ed Beaver, wasn't it? With in Cool Eagle's stream. I do remember you from yesterday, so thank you very much for stopping by. I'm sure I will utterly disappoint you after his after his very kind shout out, but I appreciate you giving me the chance to. Baver, sorry. All right, Ed Baver. Thank you very much for hanging out. We'll see how it'll be like a rodeo to see how long you can stay on before you you grow tired of me. They were kidding when they said this was a longer one. Have you played Darkest Dungeon at all, or are you just here for my winning personality? I think this time we're going to go for targeted material. Alright, Zergi's almost certainly going to go batty by the end of this.
How quickly the tide turns.
It's a really solid one. I think so. Like, this is not the way that people think about the game. I think what really works for me on this. So you've got sort of this turn-based RPG combat. Like if you like a Final Fantasy style game, you know, you've more or less got that experience down. And it's got this, you know, as the title says, a Lovecraftian management simulator. Alright, this guy is pissing me off now. Alright, he's done for. But yeah, so you've got this overall management. So this game has a reputation for being very hard, and the combat is brutal. But you don't lose any. Like, if you lose combat, you lose characters, but there's nothing like... You don't lose the game for doing poorly in combat. There's always another batch of people who you can pick up off the stagecoach. So, and it's kind of neat the way that the game handles this. Like, if you...
Unforgiving.
The really interesting implication in this game is that damage to the meat is not that important.
As
like,
victories mount, so too will resistance.
She didn't heal enemies, but the mosquito that sucked the blood of one of my characters did heal. But yeah, so the interesting implication in this game is that, you know, these people could all be down to 1 HP, and they'll be ready to go for the next battle no matter what. But the stress is something that stays, and of course the implication of the you know, the mental wounds being longer standing and more serious ones is really neat. It's really the first game that seems to have done that, and I find it a really appealing touch. Bones offer no further clues or loot. Alright, we'll light one of these things. That much you gathered, though losing people can wreck a playthrough. I mean, sort of. Like, the thing, what it will do is it will pull you back in terms of progress. So it's really one of these questions of, like, if you feel like it's a little bit like Dark Souls. Like, there's no way to lose Dark Souls, but Dark Souls is structured in such a way that people can and will stop playing it. And I think in the case of Darkest Dungeon, it's similar. Hunger didn't heal me so much as the consumption of food did. You can actually use, you could use food on its own to heal. Yeah, here we go. Eat to restore health and stave off hunger. Each party member generally consumes 1 unit per meal. And then I think, I'm not quite sure how the healing works out of this, but where are we? So I'm just messing around with all my settings because I'd like it if I can figure out what the devil's going on with hosts and whatnot. Alright, so be it. Yeah, so hunger didn't heal me, but of course hunger implies, or satisfying hunger implies eating. Eating does heal you in this game, so. In Radiance, we may find victory. How you doing, Karn? It's great to see you again. Alright. Everybody's getting cursed. Okay, so he's down. Hey, casual nothing. Okay, that's a new one. Damn it! Can you get multiple curses on a character? That is a good question, Ed Baver, and I don't know. This is the first time I've ever done any of the Crimson Court content, so I suspect you can't, because I just think there's the one curse, the single Crimson Curse, but we will find out together. You're probably a vampire now, casual nothing. They haven't actually said the V word yet, but we all know what it is.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Okay.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Decisions. Let's go up. Cut your finger on a mandible. Infallible servitude. Alright then. You just fouled, sir. Okay, that's a new ability. Johnny Big Time just got the Crimson Curse. I think I will take the opportunity for a heal.
Be wary.
Okay.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I have been ignoring the bleed for the last little while, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if I got rid of the... But you know what? We definitely don't need the holy water. Question is, do I need the food? I think in this case we'll just use it to heal. Alright. Here's Scar's. I'm really bad at remembering to use these consumables, so I wish I had a better way of... Is it you, or is the mouse pointer off? It is off, casual nothing, so if I do the default look, the game is probably reduced to about this on the screen. So essentially the mouse pointer... Actually, you know what I can probably do? I can probably just try and use... Oh no, I can't. I'm gonna have to click on enemies. Yeah, the mouse pointer's completely off. This is... So Stunning Blow is my third ability, but of course you can see that the mouse is on the map, so you're definitely not seeing things. But I figured that was... A mouse pointer being off was preferable to you all seeing the game reduced to a bottom left-hand corner. I do remember when I played Shadowrun, though, that was a deal breaker for some people. Like, they stopped watching the stream because the mouse wasn't in the right spot. And I was rather annoyed. I'm not annoyed with people expressing their preferences. I was annoyed that they made such a big repeated deal about it rather than just going. you know the difference between like, you know, yeah, this isn't for me, and like just leaving a stream, and then there's the like, attention everyone, I am fed up with this stream right now because the mouse pointer's off. Yeah, that was one of those exits. People are funny. All right, blog time. Tricky little bastards. Jesus. I mean, it's never my intention for people to, alright, we've got a full party with the curse now. It's definitely not my intention to have people watch something that they don't enjoy. So if, you know, I suppose the big thing is that if, you know, if I'm not doing it for them, they're probably better served to go and watch another channel. Like,
Obliterated.
I'm not owed anybody's view. But on the other hand, you know, I think they, you know, if that's their red line, I just think that they miss out on, like, my channel excluded. I just think they'll probably miss out on some rather good stuff. If trivial things are what they what's kind of like the line in the sand for them. So, but I mean, again, it's entertainment, right? It's their choice.
Success so clearly in view.
Let's get the, so I'm,
Or is it merely a
Casual
trick
Nothing's
of the
getting the
light?
food because the Houndmaster, well, Jamie and Johnny have their own heals. Oh, interesting. We'll move on to the battle with the Curio.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
A hooded shrew, a mysterious figure, not fully human, not fully insect, kneels here on the ground. Blood for treasure.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
This is... Second. I don't know why I'm seeking out fights, but I am.
A hideous mutation. Unnatural and abhorrent.
Oh my god! What is that? It's out of range. Okay. This will be interesting. Crocodile Rock.
Well struck. Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
don't think I was ready for this.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
You're kidding me. Okay. I need to find something better for Captain Sergei to do. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, that gives me something. Johnny gets the heals first.
Sedated.
I really want to stun. It seems like his weakness is the stun because it's a 50% resist, but... Oh, Jesus Christ. This time I'm gonna have to heal. Oh no, Zergay's still up.
A moment of clarity.
Oh, okay.
Storm.
Apparently we're back to normal size. Sometimes heroes respond to the onslaught of stress by becoming virtuous. This elevated state of performance will last until they suffer a large amount of stress or return to town, and confers stat bonuses to other benefits. Yeah, Ed Baver. So the Bull Rush, it turns out Bull Rush, in addition to having 100 HP, has got a ridiculous dodge. So essentially, this thing is just hard to hit in general. All right. But what I'm going to try and do is put as much bleed and as much sort of stun on them as I can. What do I want to do here? I am going to heal my Crusader. Maybe that was a bad call.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
Oh, that could be game over for Johnny. Yep, casual. I did a screenshot and... oh my God! There's so many people who are gonna die.
Fast or expire.
Divine comfort to try and get everybody to...
War can be healed, but never hidden.
I gotta get the party back in position. One good stun changes the dynamic of this for me. Okay, he's almost certainly going to have a bunch of bonus to dodge. Okay. I think we need another Divine Comfort.
Soothed. Sedated.
But yeah, so I did the screenshot, and for some reason everything got fixed. So, oh my God. Okay. Johnny's probably going to die.
Terrible vistas of emptiness reveal
I
themselves.
should have bandaged him. Okay, got lucky. This seems like the kind of time when I should be... like, I should be running. It's very hard for me to justify staying in this combat with so many people wounded like this. But I kind of feel like I'm able to get people... like, I kind of feel like I'm able to maintain people long enough to get the job done. Congratulations, Casual. Nothing. You're now...
Reeling, gasping.
You're now irrational.
Taken over the edge into madness.
Okay, I'm gonna do a heal on myself just for protection. And I think at this point we just need to deliver as many hits as we can. Come on, you filthy dog, gain some self-respect. Not great for Jamie Sam. Ooh, that's gonna... Okay, so they're not gonna have their heal. At least they didn't die. So the question is, do I want to move them, or do I want the Divine Comfort? I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll move them to 1. Oh, this could be it. Jamie Sam has perished!
More ashes. More disappointment.
Okay. I should have done the Divine Comfort after all. Hey, True Asgoth, how you doing? I think at this point we just go... The only way we're going to mitigate the damage is by taking this thing out, so at this point it's a full court press to drag this guy down. Okay, he'll heal a bit. 3 damage, he's done.
This expedition at least promises success.
Okay, Glittering Spalders, so be it. 15 prot, 35 move resist, minus 15 stress, and minus 2 speed. Works for me. What do I give up for the painting? Let's give up the key. Okay, not a great situation for me to be in. But we only have 1 more hive to take out. In fact, okay, so I only need 3, so we'll do... Oh, crap. Oh, well. That was kind of a weak choice because 1 hit is still going to bring these guys to 0, but... Damn it.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed.
I don't
by
have any
his
more
own
bandages,
eyes.
that sucks. Alright, let's give you some protection. Alright, let's see if we can pull it off. Oh, sweet. Alright, so we lost a Vestal, but we did accomplish
The maddening whine of
the objective.
multitudinous wings abates. Let us hope that is the end of things.
And we'll go back to the hamlet. No point in risking anyone else.
In those younger years, my home was a hive of unbridled hedonism. A roiling apiary where instinct and impulse were indulged with wild abandon. A bewitching predator slipped in amidst the swarm of tittering sycophants. Though outwardly urbane, I could sense in her a mocking thirst. Driven half-mad by cloying vulgarity, I plotted to rid myself of this lurking threat in a grand display of sadistic sport. But as the moment of murder drew nigh, the gibbous moon revealed her inhuman desires in all their stultifying hideousness.
Cool. This is a really neat DLC. Hello, Valkun. Alright, in addition to a ton of money, Baron's invitation, an invitation to an evening of games and entertainment, signed the Baron, and bedtime story, Arbalist only. That's quite the set of buffs. Zerge has become tough. Casual Nothing's become a Wield Phobe and Backtracker. Johnny Big Time gained the Crimson Curse. And Jamie has gained a new headstone.
These swarming fiends carry a pernicious plague. A sickness so virulent, so insidious. It is more a curse than a mere disease.
The hamlet has been restored to a level degree of degeneracy once more. The dispersal of this pestilence to the surrounding environs, however, seems inevitable. All regions will experience a growing infestation. Okay, so clearly we need to put some people... Cursed heroes who share the same building or other activity as other heroes have a chance to pass the Crimson Curse on. Sharing the activity has the highest chance of contagion. Wow! Okay, Casual Nothing is diurnal, anemic, fear of the unholy, slow draw, and a wield phobe. So I think the obvious answer here is to put everybody in the church. Johnny, Hylomania, Risk Taker, Torn Rotator. Alright. I'm okay with all of that. So these, obviously the curse is sort of quarantined into the church. So Brand has died, Reynold has died, and now Jamie. Y'all need Jesus? No, Valcon, I think you're still around. There you are. So let's get some more people. Ideally, I'd like another... So my personal preference would be for another Vestal, but we are a bit short on spots. So let's just see in terms of classes. We have an Arbalist. I think we've got one of each right now. Actually, we have 2 Highwaymen. The one thing we don't have is a Jester, so we'll add...
You will be laughing still at the end.
Hey, the Cool Eagle, great to see you. I believe there is at least one familiar name inside of here. This gives me a chance for my first shout out of the evening. The screen is weird. Okay, the screen is back to being weird. So I wonder if I do another screenshot. That is so utterly bizarre. So apparently by transitioning to the... Okay, so if we transition from the main game to... if we transition from the main game to the Hamlet, it goes into the bottom left-hand corner. But if I take a screenshot, it resets. I mean, I'm going to wind up with a ton of screenshots by the end of this, but as long as I have a solution. Anyways, the Cool Eagle. I got a chance to watch him play not just Battletech, but a really interesting mod for Battletech. I've not played nearly as much of Battletech as I should. He's also somebody who I know through Stellaris, along with some other games that I rather enjoy. But I think really the reason why I would talk about the Cool Eagle the most would be just sort of his camera presence and his personality. Definitely an incredibly friendly streamer, somebody who's given me no shortage of support, just in terms of sort of shouting me out and bringing attention to my own stream. And so I would probably say, above all, if you like my strategy stuff, you definitely should check out the Cool Eagle. I think he's quite talented at that himself. I know I have sort of fallen back, maybe not fallen back, but I've not done as much XCOM 2 as I would like. I sort of killed a Chosen and then called it for a little bit. But definitely I would recommend checking out the Cool Eagle because of his... One, just because of his ability to sort of connect with an audience and make you feel very welcome. I feel like his stream has grown a lot in the time that I've seen him. So he's also a great example of somebody who's been able to turn, some of the attention... Or maybe, he's been able to turn part of his... I'm not even sure what the right term for this would be. But he's, I don't know, I suppose because there's a few aspiring streamers inside of the channel, like he's an example of somebody who's really done a good job of connecting with his audience. And I think when you see his personality on stream, it's easy to see why. And I think a little bit more importantly, he talks about his family life quite a bit. So I have the benefit of, really only being in it for myself. My responsibilities are essentially to my job and to the projects that I want to do on my own time, but I don't have a dependency that other streamers do. And I think one of the things I respect the most about the Cool Eagle, and it's very hard to appreciate as a viewer, because, as a viewer, sometimes other obligations get in the way of that thing that you like. But one thing that I really like is that, to at least appearances, the Cool Eagle has done a really good job of balancing his streaming life with his real life, and that's true of a couple of other people I know as well, namely Metamancer. But I think it's really important to maintain that, and I think I like to point it out when I see it. And I happen to think that Cool Eagle does a very good job of that. And it's, again, one of these things which, as a viewer, I would kind of hate because it means that there's less content for me to watch. But I think it sets a very important example, and because his stream has been growing, I also think it really sort of shows how it's a false choice to say, you can grow or you can have a life outside of Twitch. I think people like Cool Eagle are a very good example of being able to be successful as a streamer while still being able to take care of people in that. So a few good reasons for you to check him out. And a quick word before I go into the next one. We've got a few people who are not named yet. So Dismas is off limits, but we've got Maroard, Erkembor, Peveril. Miltiades is also somebody that can be switched out. Lacey, Gorani, and Seckerville. So if you want to be a Jester, a Shield Breaker, an Abomination, a Man-at-Arms, a Hellion, an Arbalist, or a Vestal, speak now, because I will happily add you to the party. Also, we got Mojo Storm in tonight, so how are you doing, Mojo Storm? Good to see you. By the way, I wanted to take a quick word as well, especially with Tall Man Alive here. I did see all of the activity inside of the Discord. I was actually very encouraged to see that. So, couple of words on that. One of the reasons I don't... So the topic of discussion was about having more channels. The reason I haven't done more channels for conversation is that I feel that there should be a critical mass of activity that happens before you start directing people into these different fragments. But I did also notice that somebody said, like, but I'm I've already monopolized the conversation enough. I will absolutely start directing traffic towards other places if I feel that chat is too unmanageable. But it was actually very nice to see a lot of activity inside of Discord. So if you have something you want to say or a topic you want to talk about, speak up. And then if it comes down to it, if people are having trouble following the conversation, that's up to me to manage. So I wanted to take a second and say thank you to people for making the channel more populous. All right, who else did we have here? We've got Holy Wenches. We've got what else? Good day to my Sorber friends. How you doing, Ego Karen? Always love the 5-page shoutouts. That was more of a 4.5-page one. And True Asgoth wants to be a Man-at-Arms. So be it. Again, keep in mind, folks, if you want to be in, just speak up. There's no preference for subs or anything like that. Obviously, you all should be subbed anyway. But we have got True Asgoth. And which color scheme would you like, True Asgoth? We've got number 1 currently. This is number 2, number 3, number 4, and we're back to number 1. Mojo Storm, the Crimson Court's a really cool little DLC. We just passed the first mission. We lost Jamie Sam, our Vestal, but we were able to expand the roster out to include a Jester again. And True Asgoth would like number 3. All right. Do you have a healer that you could name after you? Yeah, I've... Oh, hang on. Actually, yeah, so Jamie Sam used to be the healer. So the only catch here is it's the Vestal, so you'd be a milady. But if you don't mind that, I can I'd happily add you to the party. Just let me know if you're okay with that. Glad to hear it, Ego Karen. We currently have a free... Oh, that's the sanitarium. We currently have a free spot at the bar if you want, but I have noticed that your stress is at 0, so... Okay, so I will offer a similar question to you. We've got outfit number 1, outfit number 2, outfit number 3, and outfit number 4. And Cool Eagle, you don't want to take a slot from my more active viewers, but you'll take a Highwayman if you really need to name someone. So Dismas is actually locked off. Dismas is the one person who I can't take away. I'll get back to you. Just let me know the color that you want, Ed Baver, and I'll go back. So again, just a quick reminder. 1. Oops. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So unfortunately the Highwayman was Dismas, so I don't want to rename him. But I do have an Arbalist, a Hellion, an Abomination, Shieldbreaker, and a Jester available right now. And if you would prefer a Highwayman, obviously the roster can expand over time, and I can make you the next Highwayman I hire. 2 looks good? Okay. Jester would fit. All right. And same question to you. So this is currently number 3. Number 4 is the black and red. Number 1 is the red and yellow. 2 is purple and yellow. And 3 is the green again. I actually, I don't normally drink on stream, but I've got a small Lagavulin that I'm currently nursing. That is a tasty, tasty beverage. Although I'll admit, like, any alcohol tastes like poison to me, so... Number 1, sorry, I should be paying attention. Okay. Last call before we go on another quest. Shieldbreaker, Abomination, Hellion, and an Arbalist are available. Alright.
Just as I feared. Now loosed from their brackish prison, they will spread like locusts across our land.
So, gather the blood. The cursed heroes shake, whinge, and plea for more blood. This accursed fluid can only be found reliably in the courtyard. Seek crates marked for the maker's reserve and morbid entertainment. The Baron invites you to join his twisted games. I'm not ready for either of those. Motorstorm, you'll go in if you don't mind. You don't mind who you go as. Okay. And then Valken, you can't even remember the last time you drank more than a beer or 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with drinking, but I do tend not to do it very much. You know what, Motorstorm? I'm gonna make you an Arbalist, and this is just so that I can not say that name. So your color options, you've got green pants number 1, red pants number 2, blue pants number 3, or white pants number 4. Well, I mean, if you wind up with the Crimson Curse, there are other drinks that you can go for as well. But I'm thinking what I'll probably do is level up Cool Eagle to get him to call those pants. Looks like a skirt. They're pants. You'll take the red pants. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna try and bring a group of zeros and ones to move them up to level 2, so that we can start going after the Weald and the Cove and whatnot. So we've made the least progress in the Cove. Alternatively, I can go by rewards. So heavy boots or critical. Well, okay, this makes sense. I mean, we could just got a Jester, so we'll bring along Cool Eagle. Now healing's going to be a bit of a problem here, but I think we can work. I think we can work with this. So let's say because we have a rest coming up and no healer, I'm not going to bring the shield breaker. So let's say Sharp for a position 3, Valken for a position 2, and Sin will be... Yeah, so Sin will be a position 2. So the only drawback here is there's really no healing, but I also don't think... I mean, unless a tall man alive, but... I think it's a little better if I bring people... Okay, this is going to be tough, but as long as I get the... as long as I get my rest managed well enough. So let me just make sure... Not the guild, my bad. So what I'll do here, I just want to make sure that everybody's got good gear for the job. Oh yeah, Cool Eagle can't. And... Okay, so we've got Solemnity. I'm happy with where Sin's at. Smoke Screen, Buckshot. Okay, we do have a patch up, so that's good news there. And Cool Eagle, you currently have... I feel like we need to give you the music ones. Okay, we're going to take you all to the cove. We've already got those. I think I should take... Well, first of all, a lot of torches. I think I'll actually bring quite a bit of extra food because that'll give me some reserve healing. I think I'm reasonably happy with that, so... Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the leper is I feel that they miss more often than the others, but I mean, it's a...
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares. They must be flushed out.
I think it's a pretty decent class overall. So I think the way I'm going to handle this dungeon is I'll just kind of go straight lines down. Whenever there's an opportunity to go off to the side, I'll sort of take it. So this will also be like explore 100% of rooms. And with any luck, there will be just a natural point for me to use the campfire. Hello, gentlemen. Damn it, Sin! Oh, I forgot to give, I forgot to get, give Cool Eagle his moves. That's gonna suck for a little bit. Well, there go my bandages. So Sin doesn't have a natural heal, so in this case I'll use the bandage on her.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Harvest seems to make the most sense. So here, this is a tough call. I think I'm gonna do the heal. Well, no, actually, I'm gonna do the aim shot for. God damn it! I was gonna do the aim shot first and then start healing up Cool Eagle, but I don't really want to do any of this, but 5 damage. Well, it won't really matter.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
So the question is, do I want to use my bandages? Yes, in the case of Cool Eagle, and then I'll just let Velkin bleed out.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
Lepers always seem to miss in critical moments for you. You become superstitious about taking them. Ah. Okay, so every time I transition between the two, I'll just have to take another screenshot. That's going to be a pain in the ass for me to deal with, but oh, thank you. Okay, so I won't do finale. I'm happy with this combo, I think. Johnny Big Time! You got cursed, my friend. Okay, I think flashing daggers is the... Jesus. Ooh, that's not good. I don't know, Johnny. You might. I could go for a random target, but in this case, I think we'll realign the party. All right, that's gonna suck for stress, but we've already got the buff from the Battle Ballad, so let's do a good old-fashioned. Well, I don't really have any options here because this is just. Well, no, actually, I'm kind of curious. I think if it's a, I don't think guard actually helps if it's. Yeah. So if it's kind of an area of effect thing, it doesn't seem to affect the guard. Hello, Clino. How you doing? Got a few of the coolest
gently.
of eagles in.
This is how a life is taken.
I'd really love to take out some of the heavy hitters, but in this case, I'm also conscious of the stress damage. So.
Continue the onslaught.
Yeah, I don't think it was always that case, Casual Nothing, but I've definitely started to abuse that. Come on, Sim, do us proud.
Oh, surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay, so when I can, I'm gonna heal people now. The little white boxes show the health bar or panic. It's not so much panic resistance so much as it's the you can consider it the panic health bar. If that gets to the max, then something bad happens. Although Johnny gained a virtue when he hit the top stress. Let's do an inspiring tune. I think this guy's done for, so at this point I'm just gonna take the opportunity to heal things up.
Death by inches.
Okay, good news. Cool Eagle, what's in the clan? You've got a bleed skill. Alright, this gives me a chance to shout out a wonderful streamer in the chat. Johnny Big Time is easily the most entertaining streamer that I know on Twitch. I love watching his channel. He's done easily the best XCOM playthrough that I've seen. I cannot get enough of his stuff. He has been doing a bunch of renovations and just changing around his streaming setup and all of that, so he hasn't been streaming for a while. When he's back, he will definitely be doing some Witcher, and let us know what the rest of your lineup is, because I am looking forward to it. But please do check him out. He is, again, he's got a level of charisma I wish that I had. great with action games, great with just keeping the action going, keeping people entertained. I could learn a lot from him, and I never do. But he is, again, just an absolute... He's just genuinely funny, is clearly having the time of his life whenever he plays a game, and I get an enthusiasm for gaming that is sometimes easy to forget whenever I watch his channel, and it's great. I really want to do the harvest, but I also know it's not going to do enough damage, so we'll do the buff first. I bet there's a great compound German word for people who mock the cool eagle. I believe the term is traitor. Some good shooting there, Sean Bean. Good news. So like one hue can solve this potentially. Let's do some stress management. It's a little premature to be doing that, but... I think I am going to try and get Malcolm to get a heal in. Just because we have a fight in the room coming up. Ouch. Alright.
Executed with impunity.
So what this means now is that, yeah, so Cool Eagle's definitely on stress duty. I can't use Valken to heal anymore. Or can I? Nope. Well, it actually goes the other way, Ed Bavers. So basically, health goes down, stress goes up. Once you get to 100 stress, people start to wig out a bit. Alright, so I don't think Sin can... Oh, nope, she can blight it. That's 2 damage, but still has 5 HP. I'm still gonna heal up where I can. I don't think I want another turn of this to go by though, so let's make the most.
Another
and again, if I thought I could get away with it, I would maybe want another round where Valken heals himself, but I believe there are penalties if you let the combat go for too long, so.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
I like that you thought for so long about it though, Ego. Okay, I think I'm gonna go back to spreading the love. That's less exciting. So. How much blood? Oh, just one off. I think I'm gonna put the shot on Shaman. Alright, have a good one, Cool Eagle. We only lost one person. What do you mean, die horribly? Okay, so Throne Dagger on the Shaman for obvious reasons. She's going to bleed out on her own, so now we can focus on the Guardian.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Or we would if I had people who could attack the first rank.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
It's really tempting to go for the heal here, but this is my primary damage dealer, so... Yeah, the first rank situation's a big problem for this party. I didn't really think about that. Down to 5 health. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to take the opportunity to do some healing. So this is just to double up the heal that this character's going to do on himself. So I should be getting a 20% bonus to the heal. I miscounted. I still netted out. Well, the extra bleed damage probably hurts it. Anyway, I'm just going to do the Shadow Fade. That paid off.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Cool. All right. Again, the objective here is to do 100% of the room battles, so it's nice when I get those scouting opportunities. Spasm of the... Okay, so they read the artifact, and apparently their insides turned inside out.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
So the nice thing about this one is that the only thing I really need to worry about are the positions. I screwed up. I hate the fact that I needed to use up a move. I could have got a good bleed on these two guys. Oh well. Do me proud, Falcon. So hope is I can take out a few of these guys and then we can get some healing in, but that may not work out that way. Kind of have to... Okay, so Valkans are going to be able to self-heal for the rest of this. Let's do a poison darts. It's kind of the... It's the one that will lengthen the time, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get any meaningful heals in. Yeah. Oh well. It's hard to complain about enemies
Seize
dying.
this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I can make camp here. It may not be a bad idea for me to make camp here. But I'm a little worried about what awaits me on the other half, so hopefully I can get here to make camp. that money.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
This is a nasty bunch. Ooh.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
This is going to be a really hard one. So obviously, keeping people from death's door is the highest priority on these. Getting lucky with the dodges. So for some reason that one hit the Guardian. Yeah, so the area of effect is now actually taking effect. I'm less worried about stress at this point, so. This is gonna be very dangerous. Oh, that's not good.
A decisive pummeling.
Got nothing I can do with that. Battle Ballad it is. I have to do the heal. I hate that I'm doing the heal, but that bleed's gonna be a liability. Ouch.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
So Sin's the only person who can damage this position. I think we'll just keep pounding out the battle ballads until we can get more done. And this one I'm gonna take the shot, just because now that we're focusing on this guy, Sharp can heal around, and we can sort of focus on repairing people as much as possible. We'll make it Vulcan. So we're probably going to start getting some stress for the
A powerful blow.
so he's done this turn. We're probably going to start getting some stress if we don't wrap this thing up soon. But again, the ideal is to heal up as much as I can before this combat is over. Ooh, I misjudged. Okay, so nobody's touching this guy. We need as much heal as we can get. Yep, that's... I mean, overall, this was not a bad fight, and then on top of that, we can keep in mind that So no, okay, you know what? I'm gonna regret this, but no anti-venom for you folks. So we actually have more health than when we started the fight. Okay, so this is some pretty useful information. Against my better judgment, I'm going to open this.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
So I'm going to do one more battle, but we'll definitely heal in this room. Or not heal, we'll camp in that room. Oh, you're kidding me. It's quite possible that we're going to encounter another block. So... this is going to leave me a little light after camping, but I feel okay about that. This one will be dodgy, but I think we can manage. The Jester Grave Robber combo is kind of nice because you can put the 2 daggers down and then get a bleed, but I don't think it's enough to actually finish these guys off. Okay, we got off pretty light that round. I can't complain about it.
Obliterated.
Okay, next priority. I'm actually going to take out... I'm going to take out the Spearfisher. So the reason for that is that I'm going to get my torch back when we camp. The stress gets repaired by the Jester. So the Acolyte doesn't quite have the same or the same threat that she normally does. I'll use the chance to heal someone, and then I'll get Valken to finish the job. Nice.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Secret room. Oof, all right. So net 20 loss on stress. So I believe the secret room counts as a room proper, so I'm going to go to the secret room. The thing is that my reasoning here is that if I was okay doing that battle, again, we're still ahead of the game as far as the party's concerned. The only thing I really want to be doing with this firewood right now is getting rid of it for, you know, for inventory space. More booty.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Alright, we might as well camp here.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
So I don't remember if any of these guys... Yeah, so it's possible we get... it is possible that we get ambushed tonight. So obviously I'm going to go for the buffs first. We'll we'll get the last little bit of healing in. And the rest of this is just kind of... let's get some accuracy for my leper. I mean, I can, but... well, can't complain about some food. Of course.
Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners.
This
of
isn't so bad.
place.
That is. They chose the most dramatic music for this too.
The blood quickens.
Oof. I think Sin's gonna lose her ability from that. And Sharp can't attack the front row.
Decimated.
So we're still ahead, but that was a pretty
Trifling victory,
bad
but a victory nonetheless.
turn of events. More money. I can try and go without the torches. Or I can leave the blood, which I haven't been using. Hopefully we'll not need to rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose. Okay, and light it.
The light, the promise of safety.
Usual combo. I do need to start dropping some more battle ballads, but I don't know, I kind of want to do the damage that I can to the stress dealers. Should probably do some inspiring tunes as well.
A singular strike.
Okay, that's going to complicate things a bit. Battle Ballad, and then I think I'm going to de-stress the leper. So obviously an advantage across the party is slightly more important than de-stressing somebody who probably will be able to survive. Like, they're going to be okay even if they get to 100 stress. I prefer them not to, but...
The ground quakes.
Alright. Normally I'd get Sin to do a bleed here, but... or a blight here. Actually, I think that makes the most sense now. So he's got 5 left. And that's 2 damage around, that's a shame. Okay. So let's get Valken's stress down. Valken, I think I'm going to start healing up. Okay, good news. So I'm doing that because they're protected right now. Okay, not great. Doubly not great. In this case, Sharp's going to take care of Sin. So Sharp will take care of Sin, Valken will take care of themselves, and we'll just let these folks blight out on their own. Okay, well, Fortune smirks. This one's just going to be a throwaway. So again, I'm just trying to maximize the opportunities to do these healing abilities, because as soon as it's the Acolyte's turn, they'll die. Okay, at least I get another heal on my tank. Unfortunately, nothing for Sin, but you can't have it all.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Okay, let's...
The way is lit. The path is clear.
Let's go crazy.
We require only the strength to follow it.
So I basically get to end this whenever I want now. I think we'll at least go and take the Curio.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
So unless there's something in this room, I mean, we're kind of already full on the pack, so I think we'll call it here. That was a pretty decent run.
At last, wholesome marine life can flourish, if indeed there is such a thing.
One of your infected heroes has a thirst which can only be satisfied with the blood. Feed them soon, or they may begin to weaken. Yeah, we might have got a few things while we were down here. Yeah, it's my favorite. My favorite victories are the ones when, like, you have a billion of everything. Especially with the music, it makes you feel very powerful. All right, Cool Eagles leveled up, and Sharp gained Hylomania as well as fancy entrails.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Johnny Big Time is feeling strong and powerful after challenging the flesh. He is engaged in flagellation and recovered 81 stress. Casual Nothing is filled with hope after communing with a higher power. They have prayed and recovered 69 stress and are no longer irrational. Captain Zerge used meditation to achieve resistance to the forces of the material world. Sorry, forgot screenshot time. To achieve resistance to the forces of the material world. New quirk balanced. Captain Zerge meditated, recovered 56 stress, and is no longer selfish. Johnny Big Time has controlled the urges of their Crimson Curse for now. Captain Zerge has controlled the urges of their Crimson Curse for now. What about the rest of the Crimson Cursed? Casual Nothing? What happened there? Okay, Crimson Curse. Madness in my veins. It still doesn't tell me what the deal is with using the blood. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Alright, have a good one, True Asgoth. It's kind of tempting to... Yeah, you know what, we'll deal with Spasm of the Entrails right... Ooh, yeah. So I need a position 4. I think I'm going to take the same... Potentially the same group again. I got a couple of level 1s that could stand to move up. But the question is, do I have a good position 3 or 4? Yeah, Tall Man Alive. Because these good folks have a higher... Okay, so I don't think I'm quite ready for a war. Essentially, the Warrens I'm going to leave for a level 2 party. That's why I'm getting all these folks moved up. I don't want to put them on a Cove battle because that's level 3. They're a little weak for that, but we can go to the Ruins because we don't have the next level for the Necromancer. So that's where I'm going to head next. First of all, we'll go to the Blacksmith and make sure everybody's the right level. I think most people should already be taken care of. And Tall man alive. Yeah, we'll give you some goodies. Okay, guild. Won't be able to upgrade the tavern, but honestly, I think being able to improve skills is a little bit better. Of course, do I want to give up a training, or the training regimen? These are relatively cheap right now, so I think I didn't really need to buy that because I never use it. Sin, I definitely use flashing daggers, definitely use thrown dagger, poison darts, but for 500 gold. You know what? These ones I think I'm willing to spend for. Okay, Tall Woman Alive is a position 3, so Incision might actually make some sense here. I'll give myself the option. Cool Eagle. Yes, 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 yes. Not that I use all of these, but... Yeah, I mean it's not obvious, but canonically the witch doctor is or not the witch doctor, the plague doctor is a woman in the game, but obviously, you know, there's no strict rules on this stuff, so still don't have the deed. I mean, obviously I can always switch out for deeds, but I think it's probably better. It's probably better that I build out the infrastructure that I can. So the blacksmith needs deeds as well. The guild needs paintings. The abbey need... Oh, okay. We can work with this.
Gilded icons and dogmatic rituals. For some, a tonic
And
against
these,
the
I think we need
bloodshed.
paintings. Yeah. But we can
Strong
bring the
drink,
brothel up.
a game of chance and companionship. The rush of life.
I kind of want... Generally, I mean, I don't know if this is the right call, but generally I want to upgrade the guild and the blacksmith more than some of these other ones. And my reasoning behind that normally is that it allows me to invest in my team. Okay, so we managed to get through a medium dungeon with a team like this. But I definitely won't complain about the ruins. I'm also rather curious how the infestation works. So I think probably what I want to do before too long, I think I'm going to want to make a move on either the Swine Prince or the Wizened Hag. But obviously I want to get people to level 3 or 4, and I suspect for the courtyard, it would make sense to have a level 4 team. So we should probably get a move. In fact, it probably makes sense for me to invest a little bit more in our level 2 heroes. The catch here is that right now everybody can kind of be in one big party. Once we get people up to level 3, they're not going to be able to partner up with others. So, and Ed Baver says she's willing to wear that mask anyway. No chest size is obvious, but if one believes it does not matter, why does it matter? You can sort of see in the chest area, but like again, I think for most people that, like, I didn't notice it until it was pointed out. I think we can get by without bandages because I believe the plague doctor can cure that. And in this case, I'm going to go for Incision instead of Emboldening Vapors, although I may regret that choice. The undead will not bleed, but they can be blighted. That's my guess as well, but definitely after that. So, like, seeing the crocodile that came up, we're in weird territory again, aren't we?
The fiends must be driven back. And what better place to begin than the seat of our noble line?
Few screenshots. Oh, did I wind up with a weird I think Johnny's photo got screwed up. Anyways, it occurred to me that I can delete these as I go, so... Alright, this is going to be a pretty straightforward... I mean, it's complete 100% of room battles, but it's just one big snake, and we've got a reasonably good team together, so... this is really just more about getting people levels. Although I think if my goal is to get to the core... Sorry, so...
Possessed by evil intent.
Because of that crocodile on, like, a level 1 dungeon, it's pretty clear that the Crimson Court has got some pretty hardcore enemies.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
You know the drill. Oh, I messed this up. I actually should have... I should have put Cooligal in position 3.
Inspiration and improvement.
But yeah, so taking that original experience from the first level of the courtyard, I've sort of decided that I want level 3 and 4 heroes to go in. But of course, the way I'm playing right now is I'm delaying the experience of the Crimson Court as far as possible because I'm sort of leveling everybody up at the same rate. It doesn't make a ton of sense to really heal people right now, but I gotta get it where I can. Sin's really the only person who can attack this guy. And it won't matter. Okay, we got lucky. So 2 damage but 4 damage around, so in this case we'll just throw away the turn.
Sedated. Sedated.
So I mean, for a couple of runs without
and driven into the mud.
For a couple of runs without Vestals, this is actually going not too bad. So got a couple of rooms before I need to worry about anything. Doctor? Okay, so a battle and then a treasure battle. A good offense can be a good defense for some... Yeah, actually for most dungeons, in my opinion, casual nothing. I think the game is very deliberately built so that if you just try to heal... Like, unless you have a really reliable stun, the amount of damage that will be dealt to you, it's not even close in terms of what you'll be taking compared to what you can heal. Of course... I mean, that's one of the reasons why there's a stun... Like, they try to prevent you from stun locking people so that you can heal up the party again. The catch of it is, of course, is that it's not just... Like, it'd be wonderful if there was one big shared group of HP for the party, but the fact is, like, the game very clearly targets the weak ones and forces you to make some decisions. Ooh. That is some really helpful news. Actually, less helpful than I thought it might. Still. Let's start with a good old battle ballad. But yeah, I mean, basically, the best form of damage mitigation is to remove the source of the damage. That's never going to change in any game. What kind of books, Falcon, do you... Actually, here's... Totally unrelated to the Darkest Dungeon. What is... This is the System Chalk Book Club. What kind of books do you like to read, chat? well, they can cure themselves from the bleed, so...
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Yeah, I also remember, so, I think I started playing just before the Corpse and Hound update, but I seem to remember there was a really big deal about, like, people just really like this table saw style of, like, constantly attacking position 1 and just letting people move up. And I never understood the anger that resulted from introducing corpses, because it's just so much more interesting to have this positional element. I mean, it's why all these abilities are built that way.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
But yeah, I mean, being able to do ridiculous amounts of damage in position 1 and then being able to stun lock people while you heal, I think were probably the two most sort of... It sort of seemed to be like something that made the game not exactly trivial, but definitely a lot less edge of your seat than some of the other ones. You know, a guy who likes to read books about econometrics. You think he has a stream? Who are you talking about, Q4CE? I only have 1, 2, 3, 4 within arm's reach right now. How you doing? It's very good to see you. And then Velkin is super into fantasy books. Terry Pratchett. I've actually really been meaning to get into Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett is probably the one author I have heard just this unambiguous enthusiasm for, and it's not so, you know how when like Game of Thrones started and everyone was like, oh my god, you gotta watch Game of Thrones, it's like the best show ever. And don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed watching it. I've really not kept up with it, but like that is some solid television, no question about it. Completely understand why people why people like it, but there's definitely times when fandom just ruin an experience. And Terry Pratchett has had this like universal enthusiasm for them, but like not in an annoying way. It is just, everything about Terry Pratchett is wonderful, is basically where people leave it at. And it actually makes me more inclined to read, so. And then getting into some of the Warhammer. I don't think I've ever read Warhammer fiction, but I understand it's becoming quite like fleshed out. I know it always sort of seemed like the also ran, and a lot of the fantasy writing was left to like the army books and such, but it feels like they've been building out that, or at least I'm more aware of it now, is probably the better answer. Detective scientific publications, philosophy, theology, some romance. You read a lot. You preferred books over the series. Yeah, I've actually not read... I have the first 3, but I've not had a chance to read them yet. So the Jester's a little bit less useful because, of course, all their attacks are more bleed. But of course, I do get to buff everyone, which is a nice little sort of counter. Discworld is a great play. Yeah, I was actually surprised to find out how many movies I'd heard of were Discworld books, and I hadn't, or were originally Discworld books, and I hadn't appreciated it. So. And most importantly, like, Discworld just really seems to be very much in the like my kind of thing category. So it's definitely not for it's not for sort of a lack of interest. I actually think, like, I actually don't read that much fiction, but I probably should start and I should probably start with that just because it's. Again, it's just one of these things that everyone seems to love, and it just seems to be just a pure joy. I am really curious at Ed Baver's answer to Mojo Storm's question, though. I originally went to school because of philosophy, but I wound up doing all that evil econ stuff. You know what? Oh no, I have to do the plague grenade. One real fun thing about the Discworld books is that you don't really have a read order. You can start wherever you want and get any relevant information in the book. I like that a lot, actually. I sometimes feel like when I read some books, especially ones that are like part of a successful series, I sort of, like when I read them, I'm really worried that there's going to be a quiz later. Mojo Storm, so far you've read some introductions. Oh my god, introduction to Thomas Aquinas right out of the gate. Jesus. Plato, Socrates, translations from original works that you've read of Descartes, Bacon, Skinner, Kant, Marx, and Heidegger. Just mostly mainstream. I don't think there's anything sad about the mainstream. I mean, like, I was redoing my resume recently, and like in addition to like the more hardcore econ stuff, like I've got research assistant and classics, so I'm definitely familiar with you know, the Greek folks and the Romans. You know, it's, you don't get quite the same love for some of the later works, but they're I think they still have some value.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Yeah, I have a copy of Being in Time, but I never, like, it was at a used bookstore. It was a fairly good price for what I knew was a good translation, but that is a big book, and like I'm still interested in philosophy, but it's just like there's just so much stuff I like and want to read, and I know that one is a challenge. So I've not had the experience. And obviously very influential on later, on some stuff that people probably be more familiar with. So. There's another one I was going to say. No, I lost it. But yeah, I mean, I had a really weird introduction to philosophy because I tried to read The Republic when I was in high school, and it didn't quite latch on to me, and I had other things that I could read, so I didn't really want to, like, I just didn't really stick with it. Oh, this will be straightforward. I might try and use this as an opportunity to heal up. The problem is I don't have any good heals for my back row folks, so. Okay, so as long as I can do a front row attack, I'm good. What was I gonna say? Oof, bad luck there. So my music player, I think I've told this story on the stream before, but my music player died, and I wasn't really that financially secure at the time, so in an act of desperation for entertainment, okay, I'll just heal up. Oh, well, I'm stunned, so.
A momentary abatement.
But yeah, in an act of desperation, I got a library card, and there wasn't any particular motivation for it. This is a tough call. You know what? The one heal I'm gonna get is just not worth it.
Singular strike.
But I did go to the philosophy section, and I really got into it. I'll admit, I actually had somebody who was really, like, they're kind of rude about, in their reaction to it. But I started with, Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, and I think one of the reasons why I became so interested had less to do with the philosophy, although I think it's always very interesting to see people engage with ideas. But these are also two very gifted writers. So in this case, I was probably as attracted to good writing as I was to the content of their philosophy. But it was enough to sort of light a spark, and so I was sufficiently interested to kind of look that out on my own. I finally read The Republic, and found it interesting. Although, if you are looking for Plato dialogues, probably my favorite Plato dialogue is Phaedrus. But if you're just starting, The Apology is probably the best one to start off with. What it ultimately led to, so I stayed in film for a while. It actually took me an application to the Army. So, like, I knew I was going to work in film pretty much through the last couple of years of high school, so I really didn't apply myself. That came back to bite me when I wanted to get into economics, by the way, but that was a little later down the road. But basically, I started doing that kind of reading. What it eventually led me to do was just to look for reading in other topics as well. And so, sometimes I would read classics. So Ovid is still one of my favorite authors, full stop. And then I would read, I wound up reading quite a bit about finance, just because, and finance as distinct from economics. I know they tend to get linked together quite a bit, but there are definitely two very different sets of skills that you need for those. But essentially, it kind of got me into ideas. That's why I was a little sad that the person was so dismissive over the fact that my original interests were Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, because I think it really doesn't matter. Like, I don't necessarily think there should be a board of good taste to decide whether or not you had the purest of intentions in getting into. The fact of the matter is I was able to finally start reading works that I probably should have and had not been able to get through at the time. But basically, I had this conception of myself as not particularly gifted intellectually. I didn't necessarily think I was dumb, but I didn't necessarily consider myself an academic, despite the kind of reading that I was doing. And I did this application to the armed forces where there's sort of a standardized test, and they let me know that I did rather well. And so that ultimately led me to pursue university. I originally wanted to do computer science, but when they looked at my transcript, like, there was sweetness and light up until they saw my high school transcript and, like, literally never sent me an email again. And then I eventually wound up in a sort of a college to upgrade some of my skills, and I took, again, the original intention was going to be to do philosophy because, that was interesting to me, but I did take an economics class and I just fell in love with the subject. So eventually I wound up doing that. But it's kind of interesting. I couldn't even tell you, like, it's weird to think about that kind of a curve. Like, I don't even want to say career curve, but because, like, really the philosophy thing was part of it is just the fact it was on the second floor of the library, so it was more accessible than any of the other sections. I wonder what would have happened if there were other, other sections there. But I mean, it got me there, and it wound up being very fruitful. So, anyways, there's a bit of biography for you, which probably those of you looking for Darkest Dungeon didn't need to hear, but. Day 7, we tangled with some unruly louts. Raven called them cultists. They were ferocious but clumsy. Let me take a quick look at what chat said. Mojorstorm was personally into more contemporary stuff through your university studies. Hegel's not contemporary. Walter Benjamin, that's definitely more contemporary. And Wittgenstein. Yeah, I really latched on to Wittgenstein. But obviously, a lot of the logical notation in the Tractatus was hard for me to swallow the first time around. Even now, like I'm much more familiar with logic, but it's a very old style of writing, so I still need some kind of a translation for the logical symbols. You'd like to read Nietzsche at some point, though you're unlikely to agree. Well, I mean, the point. I mean, if I had to agree with every philosopher that I ever read, I would, be utterly incoherent. It's like, following people on Twitter or reading books. Like, I think it's probably better that you don't have a requirement for agreement for every topic that you read. I think it's better to engage with it honestly, rather than to necessarily seek out things that you'll have some kind of prior agreement with.
Slowly, gently.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, love him or hate him, like Marx is a just this absolute giant that kind of hovers over pretty much everything. So you kind of have to. You don't have to read Marx, but it helps. I mean, even in film, right? Like I was reading Eisenstein's film theory.
Momentum. Push on to the task's end.
This is, by the way, why my whole I didn't think of myself as much of an intellectual is kind of BS, because it's like, yeah, but then you're gonna go and read Soviet theorists on film. Sure, yeah, you thought you were a moron. I appreciate that. I don't mean to suggest I'm being dishonest when I say that. I definitely do think I had a conception of myself that I was not particularly academically strong, even though obviously I was reading things that you don't normally expect people without a degree to read. My expectation more was just, anybody can read this stuff, and I just happen to be opting into it, as opposed to why, yes, I read Eisenstein. What do you read? But it's very hard to see something like the theory of montage and not see what people normally bring up as the Hegelian dialectic there. So for those of you unfamiliar with Eisenstein, his film theory and theory of montage... Eisenstein wasn't the one to develop the montage theory, by the way, but basically there were some experiments that were done. I actually think Budovkin might have done these. But basically you take an image and there's a person looking, famous Soviet actor looking at something off camera, and you cut it to plate of food. It's like, I've wonderful expression of hunger. I've never seen an actor portray it better. Cut it against, a casket. Oh, he's grieving his dead mother. That's so sad. Cut it against a girl playing. It's like, it's tender love for his niece. And the idea here is that the meaning is created from the juxtaposition of the two shots. A shot of a person looking on its own, and a shot of a casket on its own have their own independent meanings, but it is through the juxtaposition of them. Specifically, you see one, then the other, that creates a meaning in your head. Then if you have this idea of you have a thesis, an antithesis, and then smash them together, you get some kind of synthesis. Obviously, the good comrade Eisenstein was definitely being politically correct in his film theory, in addition to it being a very useful way to look at the construction of films. It's not the only way, but it's something that can be helpful. And obviously, if you understand the intellectual background of authors like Eisenstein, you are able to engage with them better. So, even though you know, even though I might just be trying to find a cool trick for film editing, you know what, this is, I'm not going to put bleed on skeletons, I might as well do the positional change. Even though you're trying to, you know, you're just trying to get an understanding of film technique, obviously understanding the intellectual background of the authors that you're reading can be a useful experience. Although Hegel is a big challenge. Definitely took my time getting through a very short dungeon, but I don't mind talking about film theory with you guys. I'm sure some of you mind talking about film theory with me, though. Okay, so long as we don't have anybody knocked down to death's door or anything like that, we should be okay. What I'm going to do here is the chop on the front row.
Eradicated.
And that's just because pretty much anybody should be able to take this guy out. That's worth a sip of whiskey.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Alright, I'm gonna have to
More bones
screenshot in a
returned to
minute.
rest. Devils remanded to their abyss.
Cool Eagle is a clotter. 15% bleed resist. Alright, and we got some people up to level 2. So Valken and Sin have entered the august company
The
of...
plume and the pistol. A fitting end to my folly, and a curse upon us all.
This veteran will fight for you in exchange for a fair sum of crystal shards. Now, I don't have any crystal shards, and I don't have any space on my roster, so... some quirks are unique, meaning that only one hero per roster can have them at a time. Unique quirks are shown by the special symbol to the left of the quirk name. If you don't want that hero to have the unique quirk, you can remove it in the sanitarium like other quirks. This can be useful if you are trying to get that quirk to develop on a more suitable hero. So he is a Twilight Dreamer and ignores... Oh, that's a really good ability. Holy smokes! Yeah, that would have been great to have a level 6 right away, but... especially... So, the really great thing about this is not just that it's level 6, but all, like, the cost of leveling up all these abilities are embodied in this character as well. But I mean, again, I don't have any shards, so there's no point in it. Casual Nothing has controlled the urges of the Crimson Curse for now. Sharp underwent effective disease treatment and is cured of the spasm of the entrails. And what are we looking at? So with deeds, not enough to expand the network. Blacksmith is probably my next priority. I can lower the costs, but I'm okay for cash for now. Don't have anything else for Instructor Mastery. The Abbey, not enough. Tavern, well, I mean, I need paintings for that as well. And, okay, so this is the trickier question. Do I want to do the treatment library, the medical devices, or do I don't really think it's worth it compared to some of the other things I can spend those resources on. So I'm gonna hold off for now. Well, thank you, Casual Nothing. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to screenshot. Okay, so we've got the Sonorous Prophet. I think for those, I want a combination of, like, back row and front row attacks. I think what I'm going to do here, we'll go through the cove just to take the opportunity to level up some more people. In this case, we will say thank you to Valken and Sin, but you're a little higher level than I want you to be right now. So, by level, could bring out Captain Zerge again. This will give me a chance to see what's going on with the bleed. I want to switch these around. So, last question is, what do I do with position 2? Now, this is a short one, so I actually think a shield breaker is not a bad choice to bring along on this one. I mean, I might want to bring the Abomination, but... yeah, I think I'm happy with that group. So I'm just going to take a minute here and make sure that everybody's kitted out. It's because you're too good, Valken. It's a good reason that you're on the bench. Okay. I'm reasonably happy with this setup. Puncture. Okay, I think I can live with that. Hey, Joshy man. Oh, the shield breaker's a really interesting one. They have a little bit of a liability when you go to sleep, though. So I'm not going to bring the blood. I am actually really curious about how this all works. Oh, craving. I'll bring one then. 2 shovels. I'm kind of overloading. Yeah, actually, we'll bring 8. I'm kind of overloading for a short trip, but yeah, I actually just enabled it for this playthrough. I've never done the Crimson Court stuff before. It's definitely very challenging, but it's very cool, and I like the cutscenes for it. So, oh, dude, Joshy man, it's like I've only done the first component of it, but it is very cool. Like, I sort of get why some people were like, the shield breaker just adds one character. The one character is unique, and I think is like, as far as the price is, I think it's fair enough.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
Drinking the blood has a terrifying effect on the hero. They crave violence. I don't know what I just did. But like Crimson Court definitely feels like, I mean, I'm not sure somebody who's like never played the game before, it may be that they, you know,
A fortune waiting to be spent.
they don't feel the need to get it right away. But I definitely think like it is a
Gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
it's a nice big experience. Like, I was very pleasantly surprised. I owned it for a long time and like never used it, and it's challenging, but I think it's a really worthwhile expansion. Oh yeah, I'm sorry guys. I've had that experience before, Joshy man. Yeah, sorry guys. There's a delay, the chat delay. I mean, so one, I don't always see the screen, but number 2, there's a bit of a chat delay when I get that stuff done. So I appreciate you letting me know, though. I feel like I owe you guys an explanation in terms of why I'm ignoring your messages about the screen. It's more just traveling through time. Okay, bleed shouldn't actually be that helpful here because of the fish people, but the weird thing is... Am I human or merely a vessel for blood? The funny thing is that bleed seems to be completely fine against the fish people. It says that it isn't, but I've never really had a problem. Okay, so here's what's neat about the shield breaker. All of their abilities kind of do forward and back, so they move between the positions. And it results in these really interesting sort of combos that you can do. In this case, I think I'm going to make a cautious move and apply the block first. Alright, let's get a harvest down. See, they always bleed. Definitely think Cool Eagle needs to supply us with some catchy tunes. You pictured saying something like ooga booga. Do not taint the purity of the strength the blood gives me. So because I'm in position 1 now, we've got Adder's Kiss, Impale, and I don't want to do Serpent Sway just because of the... I've already got the bonuses. But we can throw a spear through everybody. And as you can see, we move back again, so... Have you read my blog?
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Any luck, we'll chill out, Captain Zerge. Oh, that's not good. Okay, note to self, don't feed the curse. This is 4 damage, so he's done. This is the only option. Oh, that was glorious.
Destroy them all.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. The Crimson Curse definitely adds a new dimension. I think it's kinda weak if I try and do another Impale. Oh, but I don't have the range. Okay.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Yeah, well, I don't know what happens if I don't feed the curse, though, Joshy, man. This might be the better option. Oh, what are you doing here? Well, at least they didn't get another... we didn't wind up with another curse. Okay, so these guys... Oh no, they do bleed, so... I meant to do the double.
A singular strike.
I like the way the curse makes your party go, dude, chill out. Let's... I think the smite might be able to do it. Damn it. Okay, this one I'm going to do the Impale just because it should get rid of the other Sycophant.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Oh yeah, if the blood doesn't last for the entire dungeon, it's going to be, that's going to be another problem to deal with. Harvest? No, you know what? We'll inspire. I feel like I don't have a lot of other options. I could try Noxious Blast this down, but... Why?
Confidence surges as the enemy
So we might get blighted, but these guys I think are a little less of a worry.
A death by inches.
Okay, but yeah, so this gives you a bit of an idea of the shield breaker. It's a lot of movement back and forth, different blocks. It's a really fun character to play with, just because of sort of some of the unexpected moves. Like, I don't really think there's another character quite like it in the game. I enjoy playing with them, but again, I do sometimes find the ambushes that can happen are a little bit of a problem. The blackest of fates, I now find myself back in the warrens among the remains of my companions. My wounds are too severe to allow the completion of my task. Thus the desecration must resume another time. Curious, there is a ring in my pocket. Where it came from, I cannot begin to guess, though it bears the sigil of the estate's ancestral owner. Very curious. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mojo Storm. I definitely, I've definitely lost some very beloved characters to not knowing how certain mechanics work. But I generally, it's really hard for me to see why I would play a game like The Darkest Dungeon if I felt that I needed to win all the time. There are other games that will give me the illusion that I'm always good. So I definitely appreciate you letting me fail in hopefully interesting ways. Okay. See, normally I would want to check this room. I'll maybe go for the curio.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
But I don't really want to go the whole way just because that's sort of a waste of the torch. We are the flames, so we don't need to worry about these bad guys. Feeling like you need to win all the time keeps you away from Darkest Dungeon and XCOM. Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are games that I enjoy a lot. I definitely like winning at those games. I definitely like being able to overcome the challenge. But I don't like it, or like FTL for that matter. Like when I beat FTL for the first time, I think I actually beat it for the first time on stream. I definitely got my first normal victory on stream. I just felt so great doing that. And there's just no... Oh, my pulse slows, the need abates. Alright.
The slow death, unforeseen,
We
unforgiving.
gained Eldritch Killing Incense, one of the very few no negative effect artifacts. But yeah, that was a really intense, really wonderful feeling to beat that for the first time on cast. Here's resilience is heightened. And yeah, I mean, I think I despite the fact that
As
I'm
the
like...
light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Nice block host. Despite the fact that I'm like... I know I'm very strict about the backseating and things like that. Sorry, I was there's like a point I was going to make and then I completely it completely escaped me. I don't know. Sorry, I lost it. yeah, I don't know. It's like it always just comes down to being able. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Like, even though I'm really strict on the backseating thing, I'm not completely insensitive as to why people do it, because I've watched people play games. Like when I watch Johnny play games, I can see where he's struggling with something, and I really want him to not struggle because it's like, oh, that must be so frustrating. And the reason I don't do that is because I know from my own experience that it's really fun to overcome that challenge on my own. So even though I'm like really harsh on the backseating things, like I'm not unsympathetic as to why people do that. It just happens to be that, like, you know, it's something that it is in the end what it does is it cuts out on my value add on streaming, and so as a result I'm also really harsh on it because if I don't, then it just kind of turns into a big it's a free for all, and it's almost impossible to get past. All right, I'm going to impale on this one, mostly because I really want to take out the drowned thrall, but I know I'm not going to be able to do any more than one. Like, I don't want to dedicate an entire hero to it. So, yeah, I was in the coves. Vicariously living through System Shock. Okay, let's see if we can Noxious Blast our nasty friend.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Okay, I kind of need to get back on healing this guy's
and
stress. What are my chances? I might be able to stun him. Excellent. So this won't help me as far as healing is concerned, but it will mitigate any damage he would have done. So essentially what this does is it gives me a round where, except for my Jester, everyone's able to get a hit on them. So. And this is more about piling up the plague damage. Alright, and he's done for.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Okay, another journal entry, which is good. I think I'll get rid of the medicinal herbs. You know what? I'll actually get rid of the... I don't think I have as much use for holy water down here. Day 4. The road to this damned hamlet was a tricky one, both to find and to travel. When it revealed its ruined face, I swore that I had never seen such neglect. Some buildings collapsed, and uncaring residents fidgeting uselessly. I went swiftly to the tavern. Others with similar interests had gathered there, and I was assembled into an expedition. We leave at first light on the morrow. Okay. Shouldn't be too much of a challenge for the rest of the time. The nice thing is, like, if we were in a really desperate situation, we could obviously go back and explore this one room. But I would kind of like to maximize my return on the expedition.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Okay, so we're gonna have to fight a bunch of stuff, but obviously being able to get treasure, that might mean more upgrades to the hamlet. So, crap. So we might have some more. We might have some more cursed people by the end of this. In this case, I'm just going to go straight for as much ticking damage at the beginning, even at the expense of not buffing people. And in this case, it's just going to be spreading out as much damage as I can, because it's unlikely I'm going to be able to take out everyone. But I would like to try and do. I want to try and spread out as much as I can, so these guys can get taken out with the impale, because at least one of the. Probably this one is going to wind up healing through the thirst. Okay, so I think we got 2 down. Oh, nice. Okay, so he did a maddening wine, and I could take advantage of that. In fact, he's dead next turn. 5 damage too, so we take the opportunity to get some stress healing in.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
So I'm doing this because I know I'm not gonna have to worry about eating after that last battle. And here, I think I'm gonna get rid of the antidote. Yep, I'd say so. Alright. Now, in theory, if I wanted to free up some space, I could equip the move charm on someone, but I don't actually want to have my speed go down. One of the advantages I have right now is people going first. If I'm able to reduce people down to sort of, like, if it's like that previous result where I knew people would just tick down to death, then that allows me to do some stress healing, which is obviously going to pass over to the next round. I don't care so much about HP. As long as people don't die, I'm okay, because I know I get that back. But if I can keep the Cool Eagle de-stressing everyone for the rest of the battle, that's going to be the ideal outcome.
The light, the promise of safety.
Okay, this is going to be a tough fight, but a manageable one, I think. Oof. Okay, I did say that HP wasn't that big of a concern, so we'll start with an Impale. It's a similar idea, right? Trying to get as much ticking damage as I can. And this means that my Jester's now going to be focusing on de-stress. Although they'll probably be de-stressing themselves. Yep. And I'll definitely be taking advantage of some stuns when I can, so. Quite the stun. So they'll probably die to the blight before I can get another de-stress in, but we'll see. One of the reasons I healed the Jester was the odd chance that that was a crit, which would also get the target of the healing stress bonus. It's not a major thing, but, you know, it's just nice to be able to try and take advantage of whatever little opportunities you can get. At this point, it's kind of a moot point what I do, because obviously this character's going to die next round, and in this particular case I don't want to waste the turn, because again, if I can get a crit, then that's going to potentially distribute some, some stress reduction. It's unlikely, but again, if you maximize your chance, if you take those 1 in a million shots and you do them a million times, you know, you're eventually at some point you're going to get lucky.
Foolish horrors.
Okay.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
So this one's all about just trying to figure out what's going to be worth the most for me. So for instance, 3 torches are worth 5 gold each. It would make sense for me to put gold in place because it's just worth more. Medicinal herbs are worth 20 gold each, so that's worth 40. I don't want to replace, 15 gold worth of torches for 40 of medicinal herbs, but a bust is worth even more. These are 5 gold each. These are worth 20. So in this case, the least costly item for me to drop. Well, actually, no. I can just there. Problem solved. And then we'll open the box. Gold can stack up to a certain amount. In this case, I guess it's 1750. If you bring the antiquarian, that number goes up. Yeah. Up to 1750 unless you bring an antiquarian. I don't remember. I think it's 2500 if you bring the antiquarian, but we can find out. I believe I have one in the party. And no point. So, you know, I'm in reasonably good shape. Do I want to bring them up here? Well, no, because it's not clear that there's anything in that hallway to get. And I'll definitely get some stress as I go through and the torch goes down. So
We will find all manner of great and terrible things in this watery tomb.
your infected hero's strength is fading quickly. Only the blood can nourish them. I don't believe that. We gave him blood. Maybe I need to give them that at the end of the battle. Night blindness and on guard. Demonomania believes they are possessed by demons and an armor tinkerer. And Tall Man Alive has graduated to the level 2, and they've gained Hylomania. They're obsessed with material things.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Johnny Big Time is thirsting for the blood. Again, I don't believe... It's not clear to me that there's any way of dealing with that in the Hamlet. Let's take a quick look at Johnny just to see... Oh, nope, says they're wasting. So, I guess that means I actually need to bring them on an adventure. I think we can work with that. So the question is, do we want to go after the Siren, Sonorous Prophet, the Swine Prince, or the Wizened Hag? So we'll sort by level first. Gonna bring a healer. You know what? I want to do the Prophet. So Johnny Big Time will be position 3. I actually think... So I want somebody to break up... There's an opportunity for me to make some decent money on this one. So I think Valken makes a lot of sense for position 1. The real question is, do I want to bring Captain Zergi or do I want to bring Casual Nothing? Casual Nothing has the advantage of a long-range attack, where Zergi has a high damage. They also have another heal. I think in this case I'm going to bring Zergi. What's my Crusader status now that they've got the blood? Just Crimson Curse. So in this case, I believe... Craving. Okay. So I think what this does is it makes you, like, bring them on a... I think it makes you bring them on a quest, is what this is intended to do. Which is a neat mechanic. Okay, I think this is going to be my Prophet group. It's a weird one, but I think it will work. If I could upgrade them, I don't have the right level for weaponsmithing. I will just make sure that everybody's got their... Yeah, thought so. Let's deal with the people who are stressed out. So Cool Eagle... Obsessed with cleanliness. So throw you in the Abbey then. I don't think Casual Nothing and Tall Woman Alive have enough. I mean, it's a shame because they're craving, so I suspect they'll decay. But they're just not appropriate to this fight, so... sadly you don't... Okay, well, I'll try and make it quick. Falcon. Sorry guys, I forgot to hit the screenshot. I actually don't think there's anything else for me to do except just a quick trip to the guild and make sure everybody's leveled up, which they should be. Oh, Johnny's not, so... for those of you that don't know this fight, there's a reason why there's so much healing here. Yeah, so I think in this particular case I don't want to upgrade any of the stress reduction buildings. The only other thing I might want to do is upgrade the stagecoach, but the stagecoach also upgrades the blacksmith, so... the sonorous prophet. Yes, the items go to a stash here. I'm actually going to properly kit everyone out. Ooh, damage versus bloodsuckers. That's good to know. Okay, so we'll definitely give you the warrior's cap. Accuracy is never something to turn down. And actually, I'm going to unequip all trinkets here. Just to make sure that I can give people their proper... Nonsense. It's really none of this stuff is for my... Okay, fair enough. I do want to make sure that some of my people have some decent items though. Okay, move charm. Well, speedstone makes sense. So let's say the Vestal gets the speedstone. The bigger healer is probably the better option for that. Let's arrange my... Alright, have a good one, Falcon. So I think the bleed skill chance is worth it here just because the doges. Oh. Okay, so instead I'm going to bring in the Chirurginous Charm because it helps with healing. But let's make my leper fast. Okay, and then I'm not sure how I feel about the rest of these. I mean, the speed thing I'm 50-50 on. Well, this is already -2 speed. I think I'm okay with this. And then I'm actually bringing, so yes, this is half of my stock, but this is basically 2 for each of my heroes.
Excavations beneath the manor were well underway when a particularly ragged indigent arrived in the hamlet. This filthy, toothless miscreant boasted an uncanny knowledge of my ambitions.
You notice the subtitle's different?
Prognosticated publicly that, left unchecked, I would soon unleash doom upon the world. The echoes of his mindless tittering reverberate maddeningly.
So these ones always stress me out because you have to pick one and then you go through this. It's very unlikely the prophet's going to be in here, but I do want to try and get some loot if I can. Okay, so Johnny's wasting. I'm going to start by giving him the blood right away. Relief at last. Ah, interesting. So he did not hit Bloodlust. That's good to know.
Another one falls.
So I did that one because I'm pretty sure that the leper's going to be able to... Well, it won't matter.
With impunity. Back to the pit.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a
I probably
dizzying
should have used the
fall.
medicinal herbs there. Yeah, that's true. Mode is strong. I probably should have equipped it. I wasn't thinking at the time.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
This is probably my least favorite stress generator. I can manage the cultist acolyte even though they lower the torch. The tempting goblet is just something that makes me very sad all the time.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Okay, I think she's done. Yeah.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
Well, I don't know if the speed goes to negative or not.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
I don't think we have any keys. So this is useful information because if we... So in this case, there's no real... well, okay. The curio is a reason to check it out, but... An old journal entry. Day 8. Moira has been afflicted with sickness. It must have been some rotting air from a coffin she insisted on piercing with her spade. As terrible as this place is, I know I will not fall for any trap nor crazed idiot. I wager my lucky coin on it. Alright. So again, the point here is to kill the prophet, not loot the place completely, so... The passages are unsettling. I don't think I brought somebody who's good with traps. 30 might be my best. Oh, nope. Johnny's good with traps. That's some nice thieving there, Johnny.
The light, the promise of safety.
So we'll see if there's anything down here. That's the only reason I went down. Ooh. Packs laden with loot are often a short on supply. Oh boy, these guys make me very sad. Fortunately, I can deal a lot of bleed damage.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I can't complain about that miss after taking out the lunatic. Yeah, I mean, all told, this is a pretty forgiving fight. I think I'm still going to do Hound's Harry, just because I know this doesn't do a lot of bleed.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
Lucky me.
Seize
I
this
want all of
momentum.
this.
Push on to the task's end.
Journal of Darius, Highwayman, my end. I scrawl this, victim of my cruel fortune, who took me up on my wager, for I have lost my lucky coin, and I now lie helpless as my blood flows swiftly from my ruined body. My fingers are cold. It was no trap nor raving cultist that sealed my fate. We were ambushed by strange undulating shapes, two small entities that I cannot hope to describe, and a third much larger beast. Poor Moira was crushed into a pulp as Therion defended her. He soon lost his arm and his wits left him. "Shambler! Shambler!" he kept shrieking as Raven yanked him to flee. I tried to play hero to buy them a few moments, blew away one of the smaller monsters, last shot, then smashed into the wall, the big one. Maybe they made it out. Okay, and I really do want the key.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Okay, these guys are gonna hurt for damage, but we'll be okay. So because I can't inflict bleed, I basically just want to use the Hound to focus down a target. So now we only have one damage dealer to deal with. And that gives me opportunities to heal. Although that was dumb. I should have used her to range down this guy. My front two guys can't actually do anything. That's fine.
This expedition at least promises success.
I really do want to make sure that I keep my dog treats. So let's switch out the emerald.
A handsome reward for a task well performed. In Radiance, may we find victory.
So hopefully we're able to get lucky and find out where the Prophet is before the fight. We're in reasonably good shape, so if it really comes down to it, I'm gonna guess it's probably one of these two rooms. If it really comes down to it, you know, we can probably manage, but this is probably where the holy water would have helped. Plus 20 damage until camp sounds good. Maybe we won't even use the camp. So that's why I brought the extra food, although now it's become a little bit of a liability because it's taking up inventory space. And we will have a fight. Oh, my favorites. I think Judgment and Hound's Rush is the combo I want here.
Vigor is restored.
Log time.
Be gone, fiend.
So that was more so to push this guy up a row so he'll be in access for these two. I'm quite okay with this, actually. So with luck, I'm also going to get the Vestal up next. Great. So the reason that works is I still have one guy available, and I believe he's strong against undead, so we were able to heal up without any consequence. I'm not sure on that casual nothing, but I don't think I've ever seen a Tempting Goblet in position 1 or position 2.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
The problem is because everything I know about this game comes from playing it, it's sometimes hard
Finding
to
the
speak
stuff
with
is
any
only the
kind of
first test.
authority on a given
Now
topic.
it must be carried home.
Ah, boy, I've never found so many journal pages in one area. Our purpose was to desecrate their animalistic shrines and thus disperse the swine folk. But soon we came across an artifact. This was far beyond crude fetishes crafted by the pigmen. It looked as if obsidian had been grown and twisted into a dark symbol of worship. It cradled a pulsing red orb. I've had this happen to me, glowing with malevolent light. Cuthbert, Boylan, and I hesitated, but thrice-damned Mizir, driven by a crazed impulse, thrust his torch into a hidden receptacle and thus sealed our fate. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the last of the food. We still have basically a good eating rest, and then one hunger to get us through. That's a shame. Oh, that's a good point, Mojo Storm. In this case, I'm going to actually do the heal. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. Because Judgment's going to be my only reach. I keep messing that up. I was going to try a stun, and then I thought there's no point in getting fancy, so...
Victory. But a victory nonetheless.
I really do want the portrait. So the question is, how badly do I want these dog treats? I can't really get rid of the torches at this point. Can't get rid of the food. I think removing this much blood is unwise. This is definitely worth more than money. So I can hope that I find more citrines. The catch is if I find one more emerald, then this is worth more than the citrine. Okay. This is a risk, but if I find one emerald, that's going to be worth more than that stack of 5. So... I hate myself. The others are gone. They were victims of a malevolent transformation. Their scales had rotted to soft, vulnerable flesh, slowly suffocating without gills. The worst was their eyes, close set and forced to squint through fleshy slits. I shudder recalling the horrific and unclean warmth of their blood as I rinsed my talons. I nearly retched. May death grant them soft mercy. Is this game everything you wished? I mean, right now it's trolling me, but yes, this game is wonderful. How are you doing, Melemony? Thing is, I can't really complain about this dungeon. Like, I have definitely been getting away with plenty. So, oh.
Impressive. The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Oh, were you out doing anything special, or did you just happen to have a nice big stack of good food and drink kicking around? Yeah, this is one I'm probably less likely to play Choice Chamber on. Save it for the prophet. More
As
citrine.
victories mount, so too will resistance.
Yeah, see, I want deeds as well. I'm gonna be leaving so much money on the table. You know what? The boots are not worth it at this point. I think I am gonna hang on to the Onyx, though.
As the light
I
gains
might
purchase,
wind up dumping the...
spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
I may wind up dumping the campfire. It's a little early for
The
that,
way
though.
is lit, the path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Let one of my Crimson Curse people go into the altar and watch it burst into flames. Another journal page. Jesus, Harold Christ. The blackest of fates. In that same instant, we found ourselves in a place of suffocating dark, facing a creature that defies description and whose recollection causes my quill to jump and shudder. It is merciful, only fragments of our battle remain in my psyche. I see Cuthbert hacking at the quivering appendages of the monster. I recall how a piece of its flesh sloughed off on its own and of its own twisted accord sprang into Boylan, piercing her stout plate. The occultist, as if to offer himself as tribute, was torn apart by its writhing limbs. Okay, so what do I want to give up? Money usually seems to be the best surrender, because I am running low on torches. I don't have that many rooms to go through. But yeah, I am going to give up the money. As much as it pains me to do so. I'm not too worried about bumping the knight. I am a little wary of the Arbalist, though. And unfortunately, we don't have anything available to us. Although I think they're now down to bayonet jab. Cool, so we should be able to get a heal in. Why do I keep the lore stuff? There's a collection for it, isn't there? I don't know, I just like getting lore.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Hopefully this will reveal the location. Alright, who was it that said he was to the left? Mojo Storm, pay up. Yeah, I'm assuming they wouldn't, like, make you take up inventory slots for it if there wasn't some way of collecting it. Because I'm down to 4 food, I think I am gonna ditch the campfire. Unless we get, like, brutalized in the next fight. It doesn't seem worth hanging on to at this point. I just don't see us running into too much. This is a really it's a tough call as to whether or not I want a Hound's Harry or Hound's Rush. I think in this case I do want to kill the Bone Courier.
Strike.
Johnny, you're my favorite. You can call yourself whatever you want so long as you keep getting crits like that.
Decimated.
The tide rises and the tide falls. Okay.
Success so clearly
So-
in view. Or is it merely a
Normally
trick
I'd like
of
to
the
hang
light?
on to the onyx. We already gave it up. And at this point, there's no point in doing the firewood. I'm pretty much at full strength. There might be some buffs that I get, but I might also get ambushed. So, yep. This is what I got. So my memory's a little foggy on this fight, but I did build this party with a particular strategy in mind. Although it may not
The
work out.
madman hides there, behind the pews, spouting his mindless drivel.
Okay, so the idea is this. These areas are about to get devastated with a really high damage ability. Now the thing is, if you destroy the pews, these are worth a lot of money. The thing is, I've got so many journal pages in that, but like when it comes down to it, I should be able to switch out dog treats, torches, and food. So I should be able to recover at least a little bit of the cost towards it. So the idea here is that every single person in this party has a self-heal, as well as the Vestal, who has you pay your debts. Sorry, 1 second here. I just wound up in a realm of madness as far as my dashboards are concerned. Sorry, 1 second here. Okay, I think I'm back. There we go. Okay, so anyways, Sonar's Prophet is going to rain down terrible death on people. If I kill these pews, I get money, and then obviously the Prophet has quite a high HP pool, but they've got no resistance to bleed, so Johnny should be able to manage this. First up, Judgment. Okay, and the whole point of these two people being in the front is that they're going to just pound out these pews. They're the lumberjacks. So the Blight's the real killer here. So Rubble of Ruin, as you can see, does a ridiculous amount of damage. Looks like Johnny gets the hurt. No anti-venom. Work on those pews, comrade. So the best way, honestly, for the Vestal to deal with, or Ed Beaver to deal with the damage that they took, is to do damage to the objects of interest. I mean, the Prophet's still fairly high, so in this case I'll use the Judgment on them, but if I felt that I was in danger of killing the Prophet too early, I would have put it on one of the pews. In this case, though, we just do our whole lumberjack routine. So Johnny's gonna get pounded.
As life ebbs,
This is pretty bad because of the Blight,
emptiness reveal themselves.
but with any luck the Vestal will be able to do a heal first. Yeah, so in this case we go for the full Divine Grace. Now again, we're going to get hit with a pretty bad strike. I completely forgot about the dog treats. all good. This thing only has 8. Zealous Accusation may not work, but we'll give it a shot. Nice. Hund treat.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
So the good news is that Zerge's not gonna have the blight for the rubble. All right, Johnny's in a really precarious position here. So the best way, so one of the best mitigations for damage on Johnny is the is to actually end this fight. No heal that I do is going to offset the damage of Prognosticate, so what I want to do here is do as much damage to the Sonorous Prophet while I can. Oof. Yeah, in this case, so again, I know I'm going to be taken down to 0 no matter what, so we'll just do the damage to the Prophet. To the Pew as well if I can, but...
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
I'm gonna do the judgment on the Pew, just hoping that...
Did he foresee his own demise? I care not, so long as he remains dead.
Yes! Oh, I feel good about that. Okay. Definitely want to keep this. Book of Intuition. It is a common. Yeah, I don't think I want to keep this, so... Consecrated Pews are worth 2,500 gold each, so I think we can go without the torch. Oh, you know what? We just add the Book of Intuition to a party member. Well, okay, this is pretty obvious. I just get rid of the 1,750 gold, because last I checked, this is worth more than 1,750. Yeah, so that's, I mean, again, I don't know if this is a standard party for doing that kind of a fight, but I actually like the way that it works, because if for whatever reason the Vestal isn't available to sort of top everyone up, these guys have sort of a get out of jail free card in the sense that they have, you know, they have their own self-heal. You've got 2 people who can just burn through the pews, and then the Vestal, if they're not on healing duty, can do a back row attack. So I actually think this is a fairly effective little combo. So no, it's a grave robber only one. So back to the Hamlet. I don't think we want to tempt fate any further. Oh yes, Velkin, you've got something. Bad humors tuckered out. Wait a minute, you must have got that after the battle. I'm also surprised that you didn't get up to level 3 from that, but so be it. Captain Zerge, a weak grip on life and beast hater. Johnny Big Time is clumsy and an Eldritch Slayer. And Ed Beaver is a wheeled tactician as well as hysterically blind. Oh, cool. Siri apparently
Your soldiers'
activated.
minds are mired in malignancy. Fear has taken root.
Despondency and ambivalence seem to be on the wind. Many adventurers confess to having a troubled disposition, even here in the relative safety of the hamlet. All right, Sonus Prophet is down. Cool Eagle has achieved the Enlightenment. New quirk Enlightened. Cool Eagle meditated and recovered 56 stress. Casual Nothing is thirsting for the blood. Okay, I think that's going to be it for... Oh, Jesus Christ. Somebody just gave me a huge host, so I was going to say that's it for tonight. But if any of you can tell me, by the way, where these huge hosts are coming from... I was originally going to wrap up for tonight, but it would feel kind of bad not to give people that opportunity, so... Or not, to just sort of run off on folks. So, congratulations! Making my viewer count go up is enough. We can go further with this. Okay, I think what I'm going to do to begin with, let's... Oh, you know what? I only have one spot to cure people. So, Ed Beaver, you're curing your hysterical blindness because you're level 3. Johnny Big Time... Put him at the bar. Captain Zerge doesn't really need to do anything, but I do want to get rid of that weak grip on life. Okay, I don't think anybody else needs treatment. It'll be on my stream summary. Oh, okay. Like after the stream is done? I mean, a bunch of people just left immediately, so that's all good. But I'll at least do one more round to give people a show. Thank you, whoever did that, by the way. I think we've had a couple of big hosts tonight. But yeah, let's see if we can maybe get some of these guys up to level 2. I wonder. Let's just take a quick look here. So let's say we put Valken in, Casual Nothing because he's number 2. Tall Man Alive. Dismas is also close, but I'd prefer to give some blood to... so who would be a back? Probably... If I was going by level 2 people, probably Frankenvender. Oh, no! Oh, wait, yeah, I just need to change the... Yeah, we can send him to the guild for that. And apparently there's a name for this group, the Forsaken. The other argument would be to put Mojo Storm in position 4, but this is the better healer. Okay. Oh, right. We've got our screen problems. So the real question here is, do I want to go after the Siren? I don't remember that fight that well, actually. Well, I mean, I can go for the Siren, the Wizened Hag, or the Prince. Or we can try and move up through the... Well, okay, if I'm trying to turn people from level 1 into level 2, I should probably be doing a boss fight. Okay, so a wield... I mean, this one gives me the leper. This one gives me the leper item, so that kind of is an argument for the Swine Prince. Thing is, the Swine Prince, I think, is definitely more of like a front-heavy fight. So the Occultist isn't a really good choice for this one, nor is the Plague Doctor. Mind you, the Leper Highwayman combo isn't terrible, so I'm just trying to remember. Let's try the Swine Prince. I feel a little nervous doing that, but this is, again, probably too much, but I'll bring 2 blood just in case.
The ways and rituals of blood sacrifice are difficult to master. Those from beyond require a physical vessel if they are to make the crossing into our reality. The timing of the chants is imperative. Without the proper utterances at precise intervals, the process can fail spectacularly.
Actually, speaking of spectacular fail, I just thought of a way this thing's gonna go completely wrong.
A nameless abomination. A testament to my failures. It must be destroyed.
Right, so we're wasting, so... I can never know the right way to go through this, so maybe we'll do something like... it's this one that's the real pest. Okay, so let's say straight through here, then up. Wow, I don't think there's a... Yeah, this one here really just ruins the pattern. We're just gonna run with it. I also keep forgetting things like bandages and that are helpful for, like,
The match is struck.
picking up
A
items through
blazing
there.
star is born.
Oh boy, the madman. This is off to a good start. At least we got the vomit taken care of.
A faint hope blossoms.
He's not doing quite enough damage yet. So this will give me a chance to move him back. I think I'm still going to go for the Abyssal Artillery, not that that helped. Oh god, I forgot to do weapon upgrades and skill upgrades. This is going to be a much harder fight than it needs to be. I made some very bad choices. Alright, this will be fun though. Holy smokes.
The abyss returns even the boldest gaze. A death by inches. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, leper only, 8 accurate. Whew, that's a beauty. More stress, which is like the last thing you need. Actually, you know what? I'm going to switch that out until the horror subsides. Ah, this will be good information. So there's no point in going through this room. We will go to the top right just to satisfy Mojo Storm. It's not the worst thing in the world to do that, actually. So think of it this way. We go up here, one here, one here. So we learn what's in this spot. There's only 3 possible places that the Swine Prince is in. Oh crap, what am I doing? So I don't really think the Swine Prince is in this room, but it's nice to eliminate it as a possibility. And then of course we've got a room battle with treasure if we find ourselves in a position to take such luxury. So if stress gets to be too much of a problem, I can always use my I can always use the the healing ability. I think for here, though, we're gonna
Eradicated.
deal with the torch and stress damager. Okay, how confident?
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
I may regret this, but so 5 around, so he's done for next round, and I don't think I'm ready for reconstruction yet. Well, can be no bravery without madness. Oh, that was not a good choice.
Mortality clarified in a single strike. Confidence surges.
I really
as
wanted
the
to try and
enemy
heal
crumbles.
Tall Man alive, but
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
go. All right, Mojo Storm called it. Highwayman surely is the highest probability. Yeah. Yeah, I see the secret room too. I think I'm gonna go. I will go for the secret room, but I don't think I'm gonna go the whole way. The good news is that it's just it's not too far. Cool. So one way or the other, we have a battle coming up. I think at this point, it does make sense for us to do the firewood. I guess we kind of have to hope for the best on ambushes.
Respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming
Okay,
horrors.
cool. Bandit sense is good. Now I'm just going to buff everyone, so reflection. You know, Bloody Shroud might help as well. This will cost me 3. This will cost 4. Yeah, but this is so good, and he's going to be a big damage dealer to the... So, unfortunately, not enough heal for Tall Man Alive, but I think the ability to... do some heavy damage to the boss will be worth it.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Okay, let's hope there's nothing too nasty waiting for us. Okay, this is manageable. I'll maybe try and do a weird reconstruction. Light's not my favorite, but oh well, there's an easy answer for
A
that.
momentary abatement.
Not quite enough to seal the deal.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Oh Jesus Christ! That does more damage to him than heals him.
Soothed. Sedated.
I'll try and extend this fight out, I think. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Yeah, so I don't have any of my cool abilities. So the thing is, I don't actually want to do Abyssal Artillery on this fight. So this is the ideal party order, because if I don't give him an attack that he can do on the front row, I'm going to wind up taking a bunch of very unnecessary damage. So the fact that I didn't reskill these guys is a massive blunder.
The way
So.
is lit. The path is
Bronzy,
clear.
thank you very much for the
We
host.
require only the strength to follow it. It is a travesty. A blundering mountain of hatred and rage.
So basically, we're going to just try and do as much bleed and as much damage as we can just to the Swine Prince. If we touch Wilbur, this guy's going to freak out. So, well, this is off to a good start.
Oh, yeah!
Falcon, you're my new favorite. I think I am going to try the weird reconstruction, because I don't think the sacrificial stab is adding that much to the fight. So far as I can tell on this one, Joshy man, it's like this guy just does an absolutely ungodly amount of damage, and the trick is that you want to take them down as fast as possible and then deal with Wilbur. So in some ways it's a very traditional fight, but like if you do not have a plan for dealing with the massive damage that comes from the Swine Prince, or you know, whatever iteration you're working on, this thing can get out of hand very quickly. I mean, we are doing 14 damage, or 14 additional damage.
A singular strike. Ringing ears.
All right, this is really bad.
The end approaches.
This is the one guy who doesn't have a self-heal. So what are we doing? 15, 19 damage. This might be the end for him. Not quite. Well, maybe with the bleed. 6, 21.
Decimated. How many rats will it take to gnaw through a ton of putrid flesh?
So we should have this in the bag.
As
Okay.
victories mount, so too will resistance.
I can live with this. I think I'm going to continue adventuring for a little bit. At least to try and get to the room battle with the treasure. What happens if if Wilbur dies first, I think there's like one attack that the Swine Prince does all the time, which does a lot of damage, but the idea here is each time you damage Wilbur, the guy retaliates. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted not to use Abyssal Artillery, because I know I'm always going to be damaging Wilbur in that case. But I think somebody in chat may be able to answer what happens if you just straight up kill Wilbur, because I'm pretty sure the freak out attack procs like all the time then. Yeah, I think you are. I hate to admit it, even though I do name the characters after like people in the stream, I don't remember who's who. I was a little worried that that might happen, so I have 2 food available now for... If you kill Wilbur, the prince goes to town. Okay, yeah. More journal pages.
The light, the promise of safety.
I have become vengeance! All cultists will feel my mace, brigands fear my roar. I am outnumbered, 'tis true. I am starved, half mad, but as long as there is breath in my body, I will press on. I will wreak unbearable agony on those who would seek to despoil my great manse. And now they come, I douse my torch. I do not fear the darkness. This is my house, and woe to the uninvited. It is a little tempting to ditch the shovels. You know what? I'm not that brave. Dodge stone. I think it's why XCOM stressed you out so much you named all your soldiers after people you know. I don't do that. This is tricky. I think I am going to go to the room battle with the treasure first. And then if I've got something left in the tank, maybe we can move up. But I'm pretty sure this will be the last one I do. This might be the last one I do. Well, actually, you know what? There are some opportunities here. Because Frankenvinder can go and heal people.
Devastating blow.
Falcon has been doing the Lord's work as far as crits are concerned. Okay, not great, but I know Falcon does have a heal, so we can... If I can get the big guy down, I'm pretty sure we can get Falcon to self-heal. Good.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
I don't know if I really want to do that much damage to the... Oh, he's dead anyway. It's a nice crit there, casual nothing. So in this case I have to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god!
Great is the weapon that cuts on its
That could
own.
not have been a worse outcome. Okay, we are ditching the shovel, and maybe the torches?
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made
Nope.
clear.
We'll give a speed stone first. Yeah, screw it. How much are torches worth? 5 each? Okay, this is manageable. I do still need to worry about damage being done to the leper, but I think we're going to be able to kill our way out of that problem. I was wrong. I was very wrong. I think... I gotta do Solemnity. Casual Nothing will take care of the big guy for now.
Well struck.
And then I'll get Tall Man Alive to heal the bleed on the leper. Okay, good. I think the Blight will take care of it, so we may not actually need to do these heals, but...
Slowly.
You lost a soldier named Dr. John.
That's how a life is taken.
I'll name myself after like engineers and people who don't go into combat. I don't want to die due to questionable tactics. Okay, so we're back in Bleed Land.
Their cursed champion falls. Glittering gold,
Nice.
trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Okay, so basically, I'm looking at a curio. I don't think it's worth it. So this thing's worth 750. Obviously, we switch it out. These are worth 5 each, so this is worth more. And I think that's all she wrote. There's no reason for me to do that, but you know what? You guys just earned a nice hearty snack. Cool. That wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. And the people I wanted to get to level 3 are now level 3. So, Casual Nothing is clumsy, and a Ruins Adventurer. Tall Woman Alive is bloodthirsty and a Warren's Tactician. Frankenvender has gained Night Blindness and Evasive.
Our family name, once so well regarded, is now barely whispered aloud by decent folk.
Which line is that, Tall Man Alive? Oh boy! Okay, an excommunicated madman has responded to the growing infestation in kind. Fueled by conviction, he is merciless and plies his trade with extreme prejudice. The fanatic will stalk parties with infected heroes. Okay, Johnny Big Time had a night on the town, recovered 56 stress. Ed Baver underwent effective disease treatment and has cured hysterical blindness. Captain Zerge underwent effective quirk treatment and has removed weak grip on life. Zerge and Johnny Big Time have come down from bloodlust. Oh, communicate! Yes, I do remember.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Okay, I usually like getting rid of diseases as quickly as I can, so bad humors are done. Let's... I'm actually gonna boot people out of the party for a bit. So let's sort by stress. Nobody I really want to send to the... nobody I want to send out. So, guild... Don't have the paintings. Blacksmith. Don't have the deeds. Stagecoach. Do have the deeds. Is this the best use of deeds? Because I'm getting some level 3 people. I hate that I'm doing this, but I just think the investment in people is worth more. And if I do it once, I'll do it twice. Oh wow, it takes a lot for... I mean, it takes a lot for paintings, but I also have a lot, so...
Every creature has a weakness. The wise hero trains for what he will face.
Yeah. Well, I mean... It means it's a good game. That's the frustrating part. Okay, I think I need to start taking a look at... I'm not too upset with the torn rotator. Clumsy is potentially a liability. Stun resist is pretty bad too. I think in the case of Johnny, I am gonna cure the clumsy. Wait, what's in that syringe? Well, you have night blindness, but not the other one was hysterical blindness. Okay, I need to figure out. So first of all, I need to figure out if I'm doing another quest. I'm going to assume if I ask you folks, the answer is yes. I gotta think about the wizened hag. Okay, so with my level 2 parties, what could I do? We'd put Captain Zerge in, Sin. Actually, Ego of Karen would be kind of neat on that. Does Sin work in position 3? Flashing daggers, thrown dagger. Yeah, we could give her as a position 3. Only drawback is I don't think we'd have a good healer. Well, no, Ego would be our healer. And then Tall Woman Alive. Okay, tell you what. I need to make a quick trip to the bathroom. I'll probably do one more, because this would be the last of the bosses we had at the start. I realize that there's the Siren as well. I'll do my best to do at least one more, but if I am going to be going longer, I do at least need to deal with my biological needs, much like the Crimson Cursed. Ooh. I guess this means we need to get going on the courtyard. So we should get some people to level 4 as soon as possible. Anyways, I'm going to be back when I can. See. Yeah, I kind of wanted to try and work you in. Actually, it might make sense to have you instead of Mojo Storm. Or sorry, it might make sense to have Mojo Storm instead of Tall Woman Alive. Although the thing is, I think Tall Woman Alive will actually get to level 3, whereas I think you'll be just short of it. But yeah, anyways, guys, I'll be back in a second. Where the hell is my back sign? What are you doing? Come on. All right, see you guys in a bit. All right, thank you for your patience. I need to think about this. I'm not sure this is actually the right call. So I was thinking it's like, okay, well, I want to bring a Crusader and a Flagellant for the Wizened Hag, but the Wizened Hag is the one who puts you in the pot. And I think she stays in the background. So I actually want something more like that Prophet crew. Like somebody with really heavy damage in the back row. Which would definitely mean I don't want to bring the Doctor. But the thing is, I don't think I have a really good... I think I'm going to bring Mojo Storm. The real question, though, is whether or not this is actually going to be able to accomplish what I want them to do. Like, I kind of feel like the Shield Breaker would actually bring more to this fight. Ugh. Sorry, I know I'm taking my time figuring this out. The thing I've really hurt myself with is... Well, actually, here's an interesting thought. So the real problem here is if somebody winds up in the pot, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get them out. I'm going to risk it, though. The real problem that I've done is I put a lot into this getting people up to level 3. I'm not convinced that that's the right way to build a party for a fight like this. Yes, punish. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm just bleeding cash, but it's for a good cause. Yes. Maybe. Yes. Yes. I definitely won't use Suppressing Fire. I probably do want to use the mark for this one. Definitely want to do healing. Okay. I just spent a lot of money. I should probably see if I can equip people with fancy gear. Yeah, so marking is much more important now. I don't really have any stress heals, so that's not that big of a deal. Yes for this one, because I'm going to be using range skills. And then I'm not sure I have any really good options for the Flagellant. Nope, nope. The bleed stone is definitely a good one. Okay, I think there's potential here. I really should be better at bringing, like, other goodies.
I had collected many rare and elusive volumes on ancient herbal properties, and was set to enjoy several weeks immersed in comfortable study. My work was interrupted, however, by a singularly striking young woman who insisted on repeated calls to the house. There is method in the wild corruption here. It bears a form both wretched and malevolent.
I'm trying to think of the best way for me to go through this level.
Laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Starting with my favorite characters, I see.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So the rest of this is just mopping up, really, but it might have made sense for me to bring somebody else who can mark people.
Unforgiving.
It's a little late for that now.
Back to the pit.
So the reason I did that is I'm hoping the Arbalest can heal Sin. No, bad call.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Just want to make sure, yeah, they have the right skills up. Pick to the face. Let's get rid of Shadow Fade. Yeah, I'll live with the rest of these.
In Radiance, may we
Oh,
find
thank you, sorry.
victory.
I wish I understood what caused that. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We do out and around like this, and then sort of straight back and through. I think it's pretty unlikely the boss is going to be in these areas. So obviously we put the we put the torch in this. I mean, that's just common sense.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay, this is not a bad party for this, just because I can bleed this guy out pretty easily. Ouch. Sorry guys, I just got a quick message. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do here, because they've already taken their shot, I'm going to do Sniper's Mark just to see what kind of extra damage we get for this. This is an experiment for the hag fight. Okay, that does it.
Slowly, gently.
It's pretty unlikely I'll be able to
This is how
heal.
a life is taken.
Yeah, I think we'll just move on and
Seize
use
this
the
momentum.
we'll use the food
Push on to the
for healing.
task's end.
Come on. It's more a grave robber sort of a thing. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to complain about that. These are going to be a pain in the ass.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Obliterated.
Foolish horrors.
Never mind.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
I am really not sure how this fight's gonna go. So one thing I am gonna do is use the food to heal up Sin. Actually, I might as well use it on everyone.
Twisted and
Okay, so she's got 66
maniacal,
health.
a slathering testament to the powers of corruption.
Yeah, this is a real problem. Okay, that's not really what I wanted to have happen. That's not the person I wanted to go in there. Hopefully we'll do some eye-watering damage with that mark. So I think Flagellant can smack the pot around a bit. I think we still need to focus on the hag. I think Ego would have made a really good soup, actually. Alright, I'm really not feeling good about what's happening to Sin right now, but... But I think the Arbalest may be able to...
Leave her corpse to rot, consumed by the spores she spawned. The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Okay, we will continue adventuring, but I definitely need to use the firewood.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
So, first priority, Bandit Sense. We don't have a big fight coming up, so what's going to happen now is focus... I'm going to focus on healing as much as I can. This is for one companion, so that won't help marching. So essentially what this is going to be about is just, you know, getting as much loot as I can from this area.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
We're short on food, so I may not do this for a very long time. Actually, okay, that's some really good information. I mean, it does raise the question whether or not I even want to... God, am I really stupid enough to want to go to that, like, horrible, just, like, put the torch in and instantly die fight? So the thing is, I don't know if, like, a curio really gives me all that much, but we've got a full health party, so...
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Yeah, I mean, like, short of the fact that Sin is a bit weaker, and I think she's also out of position, like, if I'm ever gonna do it, like, now is really the time that I should. Sorry, I just got a quick message I need to deal with. I apologize. Who doesn't like to visit the Shambler? I think, yeah, before I even consider that, we'll do a fight with a Curio. I really want to know what's behind these. There's not a whole lot for me to stick around with here, but... Oh, this is laughable. Okay.
Begone, fiend! Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Executed with impunity.
I was hoping it'd tell me some more. You know what? We've got enough food. We'll just skip over that. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we try the Shambler? I just don't know if this is, like...
The match is struck.
Is this really a party I
Blazing
want to be doing a
star is
fight with a
born.
Shambler on? I hate that I'm doing this. 77. Yeah, I don't think I can.
Horror.
I've never beaten one of these things, by the way. Oh, wow. Yeah, the only solution on this one's gonna be the... Holy fuck, we beat it!
Well struck. It could be dismissed as a I will never be beaten.
Oh, okay, I didn't know you needed to... Okay, we're not done yet. I didn't know we needed to kill these things. I've only ever run into this thing one time before, and it taught me never to summon it.
Precision and power. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them.
I wouldn't have wasted those shots on the shambler if I'd known these things stuck around. But that's fine. We'll be able to get through it. I'll see if I can get the opportunity to heal, but I don't think. Yeah.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
All right. 15 damage if torch is above 50. 2 speed if torch is above 50. Oh, that's a great trinket.
The light, the promise of safety.
Okay, clearly because nothing can kill me, I will advance forward. There will be no consequences at all for my decision to go further. Yeah, that bleed worked much better than expected.
A devastating blow.
I probably should have grape shotted, but we'll be okay.
A decisive pummeling.
That's a shame that we got a disease.
Masterfully executed.
I was gonna say party wipe to the maggots after all of that.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
I should probably actually be equipping this thing if my torch is so high. Who do I want to turn into a superhero? Sin, do your thing. I probably should be attacking the first rank, actually, because a couple of my guys can't take on the back.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Another journal page. We fought in the East Gallery, filled with portraits of our ancient lineage, uncaring witnesses to the slaughter. Alhazred, the fiery heartbeat of our retinue, wrought keen havoc in our enemies' ranks. I keenly feel his absence even as I remember voiding myself upon seeing his lifeless body fall, blood pouring from his screaming mouth, some cruel knife having rent his lungs to gore. Yet we were victorious, and thus we press on. Okay. And we will give up the bandages in order to get even more goodies. Let's find something. Even Ego is getting... even Ego's getting into this. Emoji Storm says, classic Alhazred. Alright. This is pretty much the last room by default. I mean, unless... I suppose I can check out this, like, one curio here. Oh. That's
No force
no good.
of will can overcome a failing body.
Well, oh, and the Black Plague. Alright. That's a sour way to end the run, but... The big thing is that it actually also permits me to sort of run around a little bit, seeing as I already know that our stress is up high. So these guys we already know are going to be healing. So I can at least check out this curio. There was really no good option there because the Arbalest isn't going to be able to do anything but heal now.
This expedition at least promises success.
So yeah, the idea here is just to get the curio. There's no point in doing this battle. I mean, I guess unless I want to get like these other two curios, but... Elephant. Dazzling Charm. Okay. I think that's a good day's work. Ruins Adventurer. Stress Eater. Wheeled Scrounger. Hey, the Eyes of Sin.
And men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses.
So,
all will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
yeah, Sin, I was gonna call it because that was a really good dungeon run, but if you would like me to do one more while you're here, I suppose I can be talked into it. So Valken underwent effective disease treatment, cured bad humors. Johnny Big Time underwent effective quirk treatment and removed clumsy. Casual Nothing has controlled the urges of the Crimson Curse. Dismas is now a veteran highwayman. Okay. First things first, I think we need to deal with disease problems. Well, oh, hang on. Oh, I wonder how Ego wants to spend the... yeah. Well, I'm not really gonna, like... I'm not gonna lose sleep, really. Like, I'm probably gonna wind up doing other, other things. Well, at least... oh, yeah, I need to... let's you don't really have that much, so we'll take care of the wasting sickness. Current contagion level in this facility. Oh. Is that true for everything? Yep. Okay. I think we're all... Yeah, so we're in decent shape as far as the... as far as, like, sickness and whatnot's concerned. So another real question is, as far as levels are concerned, if I want to try and get... So, like, obviously the ideal one for me right now would be to go for, like, the home run and take out the siren. So we'd put, like, Captain Zerga in position 2, Tall Man Alive in position 3, and then I need to find somebody as a position... I mean, I suppose the Shield Breaker would not be a bad choice there, except that if I sleep, then that's a big problem. And the thing is, I don't remember this. I know the siren can, like, take over someone, but other than that, I'm not 100% sure on what they do. I know this isn't the most exciting material. I am going to sit down and think for a little bit. Okay, so hypothetically, I do this. So the problem here too is that it's possible it's possible that the hunter will come. So I know she takes over... I know she takes people over. I think she summons things as well. The big problem is I don't remember what position she's in. Now, as far as this lineup is concerned, I don't hate it. The only thing that doesn't really work for me is that I think it's lacking in healing. So if I were to say Tall Man Alive gets the boot, who would take his place? Nobody with... Yeah, nobody really, so... Some of these I put in... I'm just going to Some of these I just brought in because they were the only thing available. So character class restrictions. Maybe there's something I can do with stun. Definitely want the blight. Not happy about the HP, but that's life. Okay, this isn't terrible because they have block. I don't get why their dodge is so low, though. Oh, sorry, their speed is so low because of the quirk. Ah, I see. Okay, well, we'll focus a lot on shield, so that one I can work with. Lower crit is not great. But I think I can live with it. Okay, we'll say this is our temporary group, although there are some things I don't like about it. Again, I don't think we have enough of anything to upgrade people, but let's let's at least improve what we can. I'm also not crazy about bringing, you know, a level 1 on a boss fight, but maybe the stun will help. Might as well do it for everyone. And we've already... Okay. Yeah, I feel even worse than the last one, also out of curiosity. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff here. I would have loved to have an antiquarian in the party, but I don't have the deeds. And everybody's level 0, so there's no sense in booting people out. White-haired axe woman? Who are you? Who are you referring to? You're not talking about her, are you? I'm just gonna double check the skill lineup. So suppressing fire, blind fire, rallying flare don't inspire me. We've already got incision. Yeah. I mean, I think if this is the party I'm taking, this is as good as it's gonna get. Oh, in the right. I know what you're talking about now. And I've never. I will bring 2 of the blood just in case Captain Zerga gets a little testy. And I'll bring a couple bandages along just in case. More than a couple.
My lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
I wonder where the boss is. Okay, so we'll see how this works. Second wind. I think this time... I'm going to go for single targets.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Drat. You know what? I probably didn't need to bring so many bandages because I've got craving.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Don't think I'm ready to make him bloodlust yet.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay, I didn't hate that.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
So we'll have a battle coming up before too long. I think the real question is how are things going to go before the Siren fight? Because I really want to avoid doing a rest if I can. I probably should be focusing down the Thrall. Actually, that Thrall's going to be a problem. Never mind.
Destroyed. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I wonder if I can get a cheeky heal in. So the blade will definitely take it out. In this case, I'll do a Serpent Sway just to buy me some time. Hey! So, again, just a nice little heal to knock in the advantage.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
Alright, we already need to make some decisions. I did bring shovels, right? Yeah.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
Okay, we do have a fight. I'm not sure if it's smart for me to leave the Crimson Curse like this. I'm sticking with the choice, though. I think Plague Grenade still will call. I'm tempted to do the level 5 Blight on this guy. You know, he's causing a lot of stress damage to people. I actually think I'm going to reconsider the blood.
Another abomination, cleansed from our lands.
Former jellyfish monster, you mean?
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Not really using these people the way I planned them, so I wanted her to be in block mode, which she hasn't been doing. This is again trying to buy time for some late healing. Okay. Didn't know that was a thing. He'll definitely die, so... Again, minor heals where I can.
A devastating blow. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely
Damn it.
a
Okay.
trick of the light?
Well, they've already got a low dodge, so there's... Yeah. Also, we're getting quite lucky with the scouts. Cool. I think we can manage this. I am, however, going to do a Noxious Blast on this one. Take 1d0 analysis paralysis damage. I don't think Impale's really going to do the damage I need, so let's Pierce instead. I wanted to try and get clever to see if I could heal up Zergy, but I don't think that's worth it.
Pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I don't like wasting a torch like this, but I do want money.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay, we're free here. Again, if I can get through this without doing a camp, that's ideal. Because we're in the cove, Joshy man. That's the only reason. So apparently Zergy's just gonna be like stressing everyone out for the rest of the mission. Okay, you know, we've been getting pretty lucky with the dodges. Also, oh, never mind. I was gonna say we potentially have some free moves for healing.
Push on to the task's end.
That is no longer the case.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
You'd be stressed out if the guy with sword and armor behind you had a blood curse. But you have, like, natural blocks. Can't be that hard. Maybe the Arbalist is the top? Nope. Tall man alive? That's some fine disarming there. I do like the soothing choral.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
These dark caves drip with an overabundance of humidity beyond my threshold of comfort. I nearly broke my ankle on the rocks, made slick with some ubiquitous slime. The pools stir and slosh with no visible cause, and the shadows beyond the torchlight seem to grow and shrink of their own accord. So what am I giving up for this? I really don't want to give up a shovel. I spent so much on the bandages, but like it really does not make sense for me to keep those around. And I think in this case I'm gonna drop the citrine in favor of the cash. If I find a lot of them, then that's gonna suck, but I don't think that's as likely. So now we have our reckoning. Okay. This is why I didn't get rid of the campfire. So you notice one of the weaknesses I have is I don't have a really good way of clearing a lot of enemies. does 5 damage. He's got 5 left. Against my better judgment, I'm actually going to try and use these chests for healing. Can I get away with another one? No, I cannot.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Alright, that may have been worth it, actually.
Soothed. Sedated.
It was.
Decimated.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
This is alarmingly forgiving. I know I always have a picnic whenever there's an outbreak. Yeah, I've actually, incidentally, I've never played, I've only played like the original Pandemic with some friends, and it was like one of those sessions where some of the players were really eager to like get going, so the rules weren't very well explained. But I mean, I've also played
The path is clear. We require only
Pandemic,
the strength to follow it.
the Flash game, and Plague Inc. So I think I kind of understand the concept.
The light, the promise of safety.
Okay, I'm glad we didn't get rid of the torches or the shovels. So much soothing coral makes me happy.
Watch your step.
That's probably one of my favorite. So, in terms of writing, I'm a big fan of curious is the Trapmaker's art. His own efficacy, or is it unseen by his own eyes? Anyway, some equivalent to that. But I'll admit, like in terms of delivery, just the simple "watch your step," in my opinion, is a much more effective line. Sometimes the stuff that's the most clever to write doesn't have the same impact as the simpler lines. I'm very happy for both, by the way. But okay, Drowned Thrall is pretty much public enemy number 1. Well, that's a pity. Okay, blog time. Oh, speaking of blogs, I need to make sure I write one in the next few days. By the way, I'm sorry, I feel like I've not been doing a good job of explaining my thought process through here. My thought process has been to win. If any of you have any questions, comments, statements, complaints, let me know. If they're complaints, feel free to submit them to the closest memory hole. That was some top-tier blogging.
Masterfully executed.
This
Okay.
expedition at least promises success.
Clearly, the next fight is going to be the boss, so we might as well get rid of the firewood. We succeeded in our... Never mind. Alright then. So yeah, clearly we have no business using that campfire. It is a bit of a shame that we're not going to have any more torches,
Ambushed by
but
foul invention.
can't have everything. Can make sure we're at peak performance. I don't think it makes a lot of sense for me to use the blood again. So in this case, again, I really don't know how this is going to go. I don't remember the siren fight that well, and I have a feeling that this is not an ideal party for it, but we're committed.
The aquatic devils have remade the poor girl in their image. She is their queen.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's the one person I didn't want to have that happen on. No. Oh, this is a terrible start. Okay, so stress is the... I don't think the siren does that much damage. I'll use that to my advantage. Not much hope as far as the stress is concerned, but let's take the chance to heal. I could try and stun again, but...
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Jellyfish Buddy is no longer back. Okay, cool. So I think just as much ticking damage as possible. They really want that Arbalist. They've really got that Arbalist. I can live with that. I was originally going to do the blocker, but on this one I think we're just going to prioritize damage. Noxious Blasts for damage over time, and then just punches to the face on the siren.
Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches.
I'm debating as to whether or not I want to heal them. The other question, so Adder's Kiss will give me... How's their protection? It's non-existent, so Adder's Kiss is a more sensible attack. Or is it? Well, at least we're doing 15 damage around, but... Yeah, I think just hits to the face are the way we handle this. Block might make sense, but again, taking out the bad guy is the better tactic. Okay, so originally I thought Adder's Kiss was going to be the more damaging of the two, because the damage mod is -10. But I mean,
The ground quakes.
then we do damage like that, and I think it's over. Yeah.
Hideous matriarch, vile queen of the aquatic depths. She has no place in the sane world.
I'm doing a little dance. I feel good about that. It's a present for Johnny. I don't really need another Blight Charm, but oh yeah, everybody's full up. Can I get rid of something? 375? Well, you know what? We're just gonna have a victory snack. And we will return to the omelet. Alright, we killed every boss that showed up tonight. I am clearly the best at Darkest Dungeon. Nothing bad will ever happen to me in this game again. That's a boss suite plus Shambler. Indeed, Mojo Storm. I'm going to take a nice big victory lap over that one. I'm feeling very good about how tonight went. I'm setting myself up for the dizzying fall. And we got levels for everyone, so... Dacnomania, obsessed with killing, quick draw. And of course Captain Zergi's got the Crimson Curse. Unyielding, plus 10 death blow resist, and abusive. Yeah, that is one, that is definitely one for the...
There will be no sleep tonight. The wild shouts and frantic drumming will see to that. I actually, like, I don't know if there's a way of me, like, highlighting a particular stream, but this, I really liked playing this one, and I feel like the plans that were laid always paid off. Like, I was obviously really panicky about some of the stuff, but it all turned out in the end. So, yeah. Tell your friends, check out the next level Darkest Dungeon play on the System Chalk channel. I mean, we're still really early in the playthrough, but... debaucherous and decadent in the extreme, several nomadic warriors have wandered into the hamlet in search of a glorious death. We can only hope they find it quickly. We've got a pair of only level 0 Hellions, and, I mean... Dismas had a night on the town and recovered 53 stress. Ego Karen engaged in flagellation and recovered 110 stress. Sin underwent effective disease treatment and has cured the wasting sickness. And Johnny Big Time has controlled the urges of the Crimson Curse for now. Okay. Let's sort out the disease and stress recovery. So Ego's got to get rid of the Black Plague, which gives negative 75 blight resist, negative 75 disease resist, negative 10 max HP, and minus 5 speed. Next up, Tall Woman Alive. Bar seems to be the best. Mojo Storm. You can go gamble. I think that's stress taken care of. Did it though? I don't know. I kind of feel like the broad strokes were there, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just patting myself on the back for things I shouldn't. I do think I'm done for tonight, though. Like, it's obviously very nice to have a much higher viewer count than I'm accustomed to, but I am 2 hours over what I was supposed to do, and like, obviously we did just clear every single boss on the map. I mean, I guess now the Baron, but we did just clear like every boss on the map. Oh yeah, no, I don't see it as a bad thing. Just yeah, I don't know. I don't see a lot of value in. Actually, the one thing I will do is give Johnny his special, his dog whistle. There we go. Actually, we can do that for a few people. So Cool Eagle's got a fancy pair of dice. Sharp can get some nice boots. I think Sin's already got some nice items, so bonus against Blighted, so they can make you speedier. I think speed's probably the better option. I don't really do a lot of
I don't do a lot of blight attacks, but I think other people do have them. Okay, so we've got a Leper Valken. I'm not crazy about the healing thing, but this is a pretty solid. Nomination, good for virtue. Eye patch for the man-at-arms. Frankenvinder can get the dual-wielding wands. We have a Hellion somewhere. Don't really use the bleed skills, but okay, the Vestal's got a fancy scroll. I mean, plus 15 to healing skills are really nice. 33 is nicer. I can't use the stun ability anymore, though. Or, well, I can, but it's less likely it'll work. Okay, I think all the class-specific ones have been taken care of. I can still probably do a little messing around with some of these, like the Ancestor's Candle and whatnot, but it's probably better that I do those on a case-by-case basis. Isaacin, thank you for... Oh, and sorry guys, I forgot to... This is the one thing that hasn't been working for me tonight, is the closing. Can't stay long, just want to know, how's Sharp getting on? We just gave you a pair of fancy boots, Sean Bean. We're actually wrapping up for tonight anyway. Let's try rearranging that. You're still... Oh, you're either still level 1 or you reached level 1. You're tough, you're a Warren's Adventurer, a Tippler, Hylomania, Ruins Phobe. You just got boots that give you a bonus to crit. We've upgraded you to a reliable musket and the competitor's vest and cloak. And then I believe your abilities are the same as what they were, so... yes, Sin made that elegy emote. She also made the following emotes, which some of you good people have access to. Actually, I think my sub number just went up. Did somebody resubscribe tonight and I didn't see this? I feel like the notifications aren't working properly. Anyways, yes, Sin is a very gifted. It's not just art. Like she does these really delightful bits of art. She does these really delightful emotes. But I actually just really love the creativity that she shows on some of these things. You subbed earlier to pay your debt. Did you? I'm sorry, Mojo Storm. You totally should get a. You should get like an alert for that. I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs. I am so sorry. That's what you meant by that statement. I must have seemed like a complete dick not saying thank you for that. Where is my... Is Streamlabs just not giving alerts anymore to people who aren't part of their like stupid cloud service? Yeah, it doesn't even give me the option to like force an alert anymore. What gives, Streamlabs? Used to be cool. Twitch didn't even give me the notification. I don't know if this is something I should be yelling at Twitch about or Streamlabs about, but Streamlabs doesn't seem to be giving me an option to... Here it is. Mojo Storm, thank you very much for your sub. Please do use those emotes. Please enjoy those emote. Well, emote. I'm going to be working on another one, or I'm not going to be working on it at all. I'm going to get somebody else to work on it for me. Thank you very much for that. That's a lovely note to go on the end on. Again, very special credit to the Eyes of Sin for knocking it out of the park. I'm incredibly happy with all the emotes. Funny story, actually. So the Machiavelli dumb one, as a concept I like, and I think she did a very good job with it. But I think also at the time she made the point that there's not a lot of space for Twitch emotes and that it was hard to fit all of the things that I wanted inside of it. And she actually made another emote with a totally different concept, which I thought was well done, but it wasn't one of the things I'd originally thought of or asked for. So I sort of said, okay, you know, that looks good, but could we maybe try something like this? And I really think that she had the right call at the beginning. So I still want to like try and give her some guidance in terms of the stuff I'd like to have for the channel, but like honestly, I cannot think of a time when Sin did not have the better idea on how these things work. I'm really I'm really incredibly impressed with what she's able to come up with, especially for that main one that you can use as your like the one that everybody who subs has access to. Like there are a few reasons. There's a reference embedded in that emote that a few people have figured out. There's kind of a not really spoken of, and it's not very hard to find, sort of secret about this channel that emote kind of refers to. But what I was also delighted by for that emote was it has a similarity to something in an Arthur Lipsett short that I like a lot. And I know Sin hasn't seen Arthur Lipsett, like it's a pure coincidence that lines up. But like so many things sort of converged into that particular emote. And the only real request she was given for that was, I'd like some equivalent of a System Shock Kappa. And it's like she just really knocked it out of the park. So I think she deserves every credit in the world. I also think she needs to raise her prices, but that's another matter. Having that vid as your sub message is, well, what's the story you're trying to tell by showing that scene? So essentially, most of the host and sub videos usually imply you shouldn't be watching the channel. So hosting, people being forced to watch something that they don't want, and it it's a longer build-up, but basically similar idea, looking at things you shouldn't be looking at. So it doesn't really hit, but I don't have any other emote for... I really don't have any other clip that lines up with that. So I don't know if somebody else has a video clip recommendation. I'm happy. I'm happy for suggestions. Anyways, I'm filibustering. Before we get to, before we're too pleased with ourselves, it is worth remembering that Jamie Sam did give their life. The Apprentice Vestal met their end against the Crocodilian. But other than that, we got through the courtyard. We knocked down a big stack of enemies, and you know what? I will let a cool cutscene take us on the way out. God damn it! Where are we? We took out the Sonorous Prophet, we took out the Wizened Hag, we took out the Swine Prince, we took out the Siren, we explored the courtyard, and I think Sin will like this cutscene.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
So we started with the... Oop.
The courtyard.
In those younger years, my home was a hive of unbridled hedonism. A roiling apiary where instinct and impulse were indulged with wild abandon. A bewitching predator slipped in amidst the swarm of tittering sycophants. Though outwardly urbane, I could sense in her a mocking thirst. Driven half-mad by cloying vulgarity, I plotted to rid myself of this lurking threat in a grand display of sadistic sport. But as the moment of murder drew nigh, the gibbous moon revealed her inhuman desires in all their stultifying hideousness.
Yeah, this is a really cool game. Let's find somebody to host. Let me just make sure that this fellow's actually streaming. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a deep cut for you guys, but some of you may remember the French gentleman who hosted me a couple of days before. El Canu is getting ready to start streaming. He's going to be doing Satellite Rain co-op. Now, Satellite Rain is a game I had a ton of fun with on this broadcast. I've played it through to the end. I think it's a really good game, and I know El Canu sort of stopped playing... It is the Ark of the Covenant, yeah. El Canu sort of stopped playing it after a while, but he's doing a co-op game with it. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that El Canu is a French streamer. My French is not very good. I kind of use it as an opportunity to try and get better at it. I do encourage you people to hang out, though. He does occasionally respond in English to some things. It is a French channel, though, so like I would hope that people don't like turn it into an English channel all of a sudden. But one of the big things, especially if you're a streamer, I do encourage you to watch him. Because it's a great exercise in seeing how much is communicated non-verbally. He's actually very funny to watch, and he does a really good job of communicating his interest in the game, even if you don't understand the language. So I realize that this is going to be a bit of a weird host. I know, you know, some of you are immediately going to be like, you know, not worth it, another language. I do encourage you to give him a shot. It's, even if it doesn't, like, stick for you, completely understand. But he's definitely somebody I like supporting, and I think he's a very good streamer. So, again, please don't be turned off too much about the French language. Give it a few minutes, see if it's your kind of thing. If it is, if you do sort of need to have that language comprehension for it, obviously no hard feelings if you don't stick around with it. But I think you may be surprised at how effective he is at communicating, or at least in terms of how much you know about the game going through. I will also let you know, I actually bought Satellite Rain after watching him play the game. So it's a really wonderful opportunity for me to relive some fond memories. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I will be back on Monday for Stellaris at the very least. I'll try and do something over the weekend, but most likely I'm going to get a Daggerfall episode recorded. And I also owe you guys a blog, and I have 2 days to do it. So have a good night. Thank you very much for sharing this very enjoyable Darkest Dungeon session with me. And we will see you in a couple days.